Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here tonight. Welcome to the Graham City Council meeting, April 8th, 2025. I'd like to call this meeting to order and would like to ask for Ricky to give the invocation. Is that all right? Please
Sure.
bow your heads.
Let us pray. Our gracious Heavenly Father, we come at this time thanking you for this day. Lord, we come at this time thanking you for this wonderful community we live in. We ask you to help us today as we do the deliberations for our city, that we'll do what is pleasing in the day. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Okay, if you'll please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now to my favorite part of the agenda. We get to recognize our 2024 Volunteer of the Year, Tommy Purcell. This is a long time in the coming. So Tommy, if you wouldn't mind coming up front here. There was this gentleman here that just started showing up one day and picking up all the trash in downtown Graham. And Burke Robinson, our maintenance superintendent director, was riding down the road and he was like, "Who's that guy? I don't remember hiring that guy. I don't remember paying that guy." That's Tommy Purcell. He is a veteran. What service were you in? Which branch? Air Force. And Tommy's had some medical issues and he's really had some challenges. And I tell you, this has been so great. We have enjoyed having him out here, picking up trash, making Graham beautiful, saying hello to everybody, visiting with different people, getting to know the downtown business owners. I know you've enjoyed him coming down here. I've seen you coming down here with him as well. So I just want to read this. In recognition and appreciation, honoring Tommy Purcell as 2024 Volunteer of the Year by Graham Recreation and Parks and Graham City Council for his countless hours beautifying the streets and sidewalks in downtown Graham, serving as a docent at the Graham Historical Museum, assisting with numerous repair projects and making benches for the parks. The City of Graham thanks you for your efforts and dedication to making Graham beautiful. Presented this 8th day of April, 2025. Thank you.
I guess you all know I am Tommy, but all the praise goes to God. I wouldn't be able to do this without God and my great wife.
Thank you so much. The next proclamation is proclaiming April 12th through the 26th, 2025 as Litter Sweep in the City of Graham, whereas the North Carolina Department of Transportation organizes a biannual statewide roadside litter removal initiative known as Litter Sweep, aimed at fostering cleaner, more sustainable communities, and whereas dedicated volunteers along with Local maintenance crews generously devote their time and effort during this initiative to safely remove litter from our roadsides, supported by NCDOT through local program coordinators. And whereas the Alamance County residents, municipalities, and organizations are invited to participate in Litter Sweep by the New Leaf Society, a local nonprofit organization that works to improve the county's curb appeal. And whereas local governments have an essential role in promoting clean communities through both public works and leadership by example, inspiring citizens to take action, much like Mr. Purcell. Whereas communities that are free from litter are more aesthetically pleasing, environmentally sound, and healthier places to live. And whereas spring represents a season of renewal, a time to celebrate the beauty of nature and the importance of maintaining a clean and sustainable environment. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Jennifer Talley, the City of Graham Council, do hereby proclaim April 12th through the 26th, 2025 as Litter Sweep in the City of Graham. Furthermore, I urge all residents to help protect and enhance the beauty of our beautiful city by reducing litter. This is the 8th day of April, 2025. In that regard, I know that they talked about anybody that's interested in participating in Litter Sweep on the weekends. I think DOT can make arrangements through the city to have people go out and pick up litter in their neighborhood or on a particular street here in Graham, or a particular area in Graham. And they will provide the vests, the trash bags, all the like cleanup. I think they have like, I don't know what you call it, grabbers and that kind of stuff. And you can clean up your area. In addition, I think they do it now for this during that time period, and then we also do it again in the fall. But do you know if you could reach out to the sheriff to see if he has any inmate crews that would like to participate in that for Graham? Because they did a great job out at Moore Street. I got a lot of calls back for Moore Street to see if they would come back out there. Again, I guess a lot of people walk up and down that, and there's a lot of litter on that particular road going to Sheets. So, all right, consent agenda. A, to approve the March 11th, 2025 City Council meeting and the March 24th, 2025 special budget planning session minutes. B, to approve a request to close the eastbound lane of West Elm Street from the 212 West Elm Street parking lot, Judge J.B. Allen Criminal Courthouse, to Maple Street for the Alamance County Memorial Day service. C, to approve a donation of 21 sections of 5-inch large diameter LDH supply hose to the Alamance Community College Fire Academy. D, to authorize the Recreation and Parks Department to apply for a 2025 PARTIF grant for a 50% reimbursement of the recently purchased tier property for the expansion of Bill Cook Park. E, to award a contract to Pipeline Utilities, Inc. for the Home Bank and McBride Water Main replacement and adopt a project ordinance of $288,000. Is there anyone here about the consent agenda tonight as read? Is there any council member that would like to remove a particular item from the consent agenda? Hearing none, do I hear a motion for approval or denial of the consent agenda?
Madam
Madam
Mayor,
Mayor. Oh, go ahead.
I make a motion that we approve this consent agenda.
Do I hear a
as written.
second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Going on to public hearings, rezoning of 6.27 acres off Ivy Road and East Gilbert Street. I'd like to recognize Assistant City Manager Aaron Holland, as this rezoning has been requested to be postponed until May 13th, 2025.
What you said.
Right?
Madam Mayor, I make a motion that we table this until May 13, 2025.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Rezoning, 0.51 acre lot, 200 South Marshall Street. Again, I recognize Assistant City Manager Aaron Holland, and it's my understanding that this also has been requested to be postponed until May 13th, 2025.
I hate to sound redundant, but what you said?
Ditto, right? Okay, do I hear a motion to postpone this meeting, this consideration for this rezoning until May 13th, 2025?
Madam Mayor, I make a Motion that we postpone the rezoning of 0.51 acre lot, 200 South Marshall Street to the May 13th, 2025 city council meeting.
Do I hear a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. We're getting through it tonight. Rezoning of 3.23 acres, 1133 South Main Street. City Council will consider rezoning 3.29 acres of land located at 1133 South Main Street from B2 General Business to CR Conditional Residential to develop a single 3-story, 60-unit, age-restricted, 55-plus multifamily development. I believe it's apartment complex. Is that right, Aaron? We're going to open the public hearing. I'd like to recognize Aaron Holland.
All right, thank you, Mayor, and you covered a lot of the notes I was going to read out, but this lot is currently vacant and abutted by single-family homes on the north and vacant commercial and residential land on the south. This property is listed on the future land use map as both commercial corridor and suburban residential. The planning board did hear this at their March 18th meeting. They did recommend denial of the project with a vote of 6-0. Since the planning board meeting, the applicant has updated their site plan based on comments received during the meeting. The Blair Street connection has been removed. 10 additional parking spaces were added, and a privacy fence is proposed along the northern portion of the lot where development is occurring. And the applicant does have a representative here to speak and answer any questions from council.
Okay, we'll open this up for public hearing. This is a public hearing. Would anyone like to speak on the proposed rezoning on Main Street?
Yes, good evening,
State your
council.
Name and your address for the clerk.
Yes, thanks so much for your time. Pete Schwigerut with Pivotal. We're at 9100 Center Point Drive in Westchester, Ohio.
You may have to spell that name.
Schwiegeraaht. No problem. Schwiegeraaht. It's a good warm-up anyways. Got a lot of letters out there.
It would have been hard in kindergarten, I'm sure.
Yes, still is. Thank you, thank you. Thanks again for your time. Appreciate being here tonight. Just wanted to give you a quick background on our company. Pivotal has been developing, owning multifamily housing for now over 30 years. We've grown from just being in a few states and grown into North Carolina 25 plus years ago to a portfolio of around 10,000 housing units in about 12 states. I only mention that because it does speak to our experience. I think a more important feature of Pivotal is we are a long-term owner of our assets. Very first one we built in Lawrenceburg, Indiana. We still own it. We still manage it. About 8 years ago, put $11 million into that property to upgrade it because it was 25 years old. Even here in North Carolina, our oldest property is 25 years. We're in the middle of a multi-million-dollar renovation of that property to help improve it and make sure it's ready to operate and serve families for the next 30 years. So we do think long-term. We manage our own properties, and we're proud to be here, excited to potentially offer an opportunity to serve an important component of your community, and that's the senior population. What we have proposed is a 60-unit senior independent living facility. It is age restricted, 55 plus. We'll be building a mix of 1 and 2 bedroom units, fully amenitized. Anything you would expect in your own home, you'll find in these units. They're built 100% accessible, 100% visitable, built to green building standards, so high energy efficient. And the whole opportunity here is to allow seniors, Graham, to age in place. I think you want the long-term members of your community to have opportunity. This is an opportunity to create housing that's specifically designed for them, to serve them, and keep them independent as long as possible. We are not nursing care. We're not assisted care, but we do provide services. We'll be providing transportation and in-home meals and light housekeeping sorts of activities that will keep seniors active and functioning and independent as long as they can. And that's the important feature, because the next step in the continuum is assisted in nursing care. And certainly that is a diminish of quality of life. So we hope to help keep people active in your community for the long haul with this. When we looked at the market study, there's over 1,500 senior households that meet this definition who can't find these opportunities right now. We think it's important, and we think this is a great location. I know there was some question of that, or the questions and concerns were raised at the last meeting. We're going to try and hope address those, but I can't speak enough to my own grandmother who had 10 kids, who fortunately had people to take care of her day to day that long period. And not everybody does. And so we're able to help folks step out of homes. We get about 40% of our renters out of ownership. So people transitioning, deciding, I can't keep up with this home anymore. I don't need 3 bedrooms and 2 stories, and they're downsizing. And we also get a surprising 25% of our households from what shows nowhere, meaning they're living with others, they're living with family members. They don't actually show up as a household. And that's great for the family who now has an opportunity to maybe have a place for mom and dad. So that's our goal with this property. It is a 3-story building. Some of the changes we made, we heard the neighbors. With the things that I took from the meeting was that, number one, Blair was a concerning connection. We can understand that's a residential. It's much lower density than us. We want to buffer and help them feel comfortable and secure. And so with that, we were proposing to go ahead and remove that connection. That did bring up additional concerns, though, that can you function off of one access point or not? And does that create its own transportation? We have found some ways to possibly make even more changes than what have been shown in the plans. And if you're okay with it, I'd like to just show you some exhibits of a few items that we think we would like to propose as maybe additional conditions. We went back and had a thoughtful talk with our engineers and our design team and said, really, are we doing the best job locating on the site, taking into consideration adjacent residents and neighbors? And we wanted to make some possible changes. What we realized is our building was really up against the residential side of the development versus the commercial side of the development. And so just by shifting the building and the parking lot, we can take what was a 35-foot back setback from the building and now commit to a 100-foot building setback. And because we're now working with the parking lot in between us there, we're also able to preserve a 40-foot green space that entire length of the property. Right, in the past plan, it was a 25-foot building setback and a 10-foot pavement setback. Now we're a 40-foot green space that we're committing a 6-foot high privacy fence the full length of that property line with a landscape buffer. So we're going to have 40-foot green space, 100-foot to the building as a way to help, and no connection at all to the street or connection from a vehicular standpoint. With that, though, we have had discussions with the property owner to the south and have gotten agreement that we can, if it was desired to have a second connection, we've gotten approval to connect out to Moore Street to the south as a second connection point. So we would also be able to accept that as a condition if you desired the second egress point. Ultimately, you know, we understand the neighbors' concerns, and we wanted to just try and make a strong effort to show that we can do things to change and buffer and screen. We have around 3,000 of these units in our portfolio. We average a 78 to 82-year-old resident. I would say we average around 1 in every 10 have an additional person in it. So they're very low intensity. Around 60% of our residents drive. We're providing transportation. So we don't think we're going to be, compared to what commercial adjacency could mean, we think we're a pretty low intensity. We are 3-story, but we're trying to do some things to buffer, and hope you understand that, and also here to dialogue. If there's some things that we can do that we haven't addressed, we want to be here to try to help address those points as well. This is an $18 million development, and it is a tax-generating entity that would generate new increment for all your community taxing base. We're not asking for any tax abatements. And we think it's a great use for the property, senior housing. Let's let families age in place. That's our goal here. So we thank you and happy to answer any questions you have or that residents are, may have as well. Appreciate your time.
Okay, is there anyone else here to speak on the 1133 South Main Street project?
Hi, I'm Janet Cates, and
Okay.
we own the property right next to this at 1115 South Main, and our families also own the property at 1111, which is the other brick house, you know where I'm talking about. We also own the property where the Quality Oil is, on the corner of Rogers Road and South Main. I have a number of concerns.
Can you pull up where she lives out in comparison to the property?
1115, I'm right next to it, right?
Okay.
Yeah, and then then the next piece of property we all own, and then skip the next lot, and then the corner lot.
Your family owns all of that.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Okay. Anyway, I'm concerned about a number of things, as most people are. One is the traffic flow. I'm really glad that Blair Street was taken out because I've really felt bad for those people. But the farm, the entrance to the farm housing development is right across the street from this. And after speaking with some people there, I know they're concerned. I don't know if they've made phone calls to any of you, but they're concerned about the traffic there. The multi-age restriction category, that's, and he has explained it, I know it's his project, but it's 55 and plus. Only one person of that age needs to live there, so others could live there that were younger, okay? And then I had read that a required income was $1,000 to $4,000 for that person, in order to income-wise to live there, where I don't know whether that could be subsidized or not, but anyway. And then out of those 60 units, 80% have to meet the 55 plus. 20% do not. So you've got 48 units with a 55 plus older person in it, and you don't know who else is going to be there. And then you've got 12 units that could be anybody. I know they talked about last time, as far as a on-site manager. Okay. I just think there are enough senior or income affected apartments around. I don't think it needs to be there. I think it will lower the property value on that street. I think traffic's a problem. I think vandalism and so forth could be a problem. Traffic again. But it's not to say that I don't encourage, some good development in Graham. That's not it. It's just, I think this could be put someplace else.
Thank
Okay.
you so
Thank
much.
you.
Appreciate you coming tonight, taking time out of your day to tell us
Thank y'all
what you
for being
think.
here.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Don't be shy.
I spoke the last time. My name's Burton Cates. I'm Janet's husband. And, you know, the last time we met with the Planning Zoning Board, it was a 6-0 vote against that. If they would come in here and say 65 plus with with limitations on the age, I think it's a great idea. But as I told the zoning board, you know, when you come into Graham, that's gonna be the first thing you see. When you come in 87, that's the first thing you're gonna see. River Mills, the school, you know how the traffic is there in the mornings and the afternoons. We're gonna put older people coming out and putting them right there in that crowded area that are 55 and over. But the kicker is this: only one person in there has to be 55. The rest of them can be 10 years old, 20 years old, or whatever. And I just don't think that's the property that we need to use for that, at that area. I think there's too many negative parts of it that would bring it to a lot of common sense values, because you're putting older people in an area where the traffic is unbelievable. And it's the first thing you see when you come into Graham. And I've lived here 73 years and very proud of it. But I know when you come in, you like to present, you want the view to be nice and welcome. So I just had to share that with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Can I just clarify a point?
Sure.
I apologize. Thank you. I actually meant to speak to this. First and foremost, what we have proposed and what we initially proposed was a 55-plus community. And it is, all residents can be held and are held at the 55 standard. And we did make one kind of provision, and we can name a handful of these scenarios where it's happened in our portfolio, where if someone who was 55 did have an underage child, that person is allowed to live with them up until they're 18 years old. And then they do have to leave the property. So there is no adults whatsoever on the leases. One thing that we did confirm with the state is there's two definitions of 55. The state's definition is 55 plus, but we are able to deed restrict the property to the higher, what's considered the HUD senior definition, which is 62 plus. And so with approval tonight, we will accept a condition that there is a deed restriction that would run in perpetuity with the property of 62 plus. So just to clarify, in that case, no one under the age of 62 is allowed to occupy the property. Everyone is on the lease. Thank you.
And do you enforce that in your
Yes,
communities?
well, we do, as well as the state, as well as the tax credit investor, because we as a organization agree to the state. And so we have to go through a compliance to make sure every tenant meets all the definitions. And so our definition and our test is really threefold. Number one, you make enough to live in the property. Number two, that you meet that 80% AMI definition. And by the way, that's 80% of the definition, 80% of the households in the county. When you're talking about seniors, retirees, it's very easy for them to meet it. So you're finding 90+% of your seniors are normally meeting that definition because they're retired. And so as long as they're meeting that 80% AMI bar, they qualify, as well as they have to show that they have enough income to prove the rent, as well as they do have a criminal background check, and there are disqualifications for any felonies, any domestic violence, and that's across our portfolio. We hold that standard to keep our community safe.
So no one can occupy the property if they've had a felony
Correct.
within the last 5 years or ever in their life, or?
Well, you know that now I would just need to talk to our property management team who deals with things, because sometimes there are periods of time where people get grace after a decade or more time. And so I just don't know the specifics to say exactly here what that would be, or what those exceptions would be. But there are.
But if you're meeting the standards for the state, then aren't you then subsidizing the rent to the
No,
individual?
we have no rent subsidy whatsoever. We have no project-based Section 8 rent subsidy to provide to any residents. Our residents will be paying their own rent. what we're doing is we're using the state tax credit, the tax credit the state administers
Mhm.
to build a higher quality product. And then we are required to keep the rents at an affordable level. And so if a rent might be, well, if anybody's put a parent in assisted or living, you know it's 3,000-4,000 plus a month that you might be dealing with. And in a senior apartment, we're able to offer a very similar apartment with services, and we're able to offer it for $900 to $1,100. And for that senior who is working on fixed incomes and does not have a voucher, it can be very, very beneficial.
Well, vouchers, how many bedrooms are you saying for 900?
Well, we have a mix of 1 and 2 bedroom units in there, so there would be rents. I was just giving kind of an approximate rent.
Well, because a voucher here in this community, gets $1,100 for a 2-bedroom.
I can't speak to what a voucher gets. Again, we
No,
don't
I
have any
know
vouchers.
I know what it gets here,
Yeah.
but I'm saying it gets 1,100, so. I mean, it's just, you said earlier you're excluding those people, but you're basically charging the same price. Is that right? Am I understanding you correctly?
We're charging a discount to market. Now, again, it depends what you're comparing us to. We are a brand-new, high-quality, accessible, visitable product that our general comp is out there charging 1,800 plus a month for what a brand-new unit is. And where we're probably a good $400 discount to market on that brand-new product.
Okay. All right, did you have anything else you'd like to
No,
say?
thank you. I just wanted to
Okay.
clarify, we do accept the condition of 62 plus.
I do have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
On this stub out that comes in, that would tie back into more,
Yes.
do you have a written easement for that, or are you just an agreement with the landowner?
We have agreement and we can get it in written up. If we accept it as a condition, we would provide some sort of written agreement after the fact to prove that that was the case. Otherwise, we couldn't proceed, I would hope.
That would make the product more doable because everybody would come out to a stoplight on either end.
Right. I think the few conditions that I was hoping you would consider that we've at least, and not to say this is all of them, but we would condition the 40-foot green space, a 6-foot privacy fence the length of that property, 100-foot building setback, a connection to more, and a 62 age restriction. And that does run in perpetuity as a deed restriction with the property.
Anything
Thank
else?
you.
Thank you. Anyone else that'd like to speak? Okay. Do you hear a motion to close the public hearing?
And Mayor, I make a motion to close the public hearing.
A second?
Second.
All approved? Aye.
Aye.
Okay. I'm gonna say that, and this is just how I am, it's not really specific to this project, but, I feel that when we go big picture and we come up with a comprehensive plan on what we want to see in a particular area, which obviously this is so close to our downtown, we have a very, obvious goal here with all the red here of what we want this area to be. Being business and there's still some houses as one of the residents has alluded to earlier. But I think majority of the residents there understand that at some point their property will most likely be turned into the business district and a business will be there. I just, in general, don't like to change the zoning on things, to some other zone right in the middle of, what we want to say as a whole. We want to kind of create this as a business district. And I think putting a bunch of apartments, in there, I'm just not, to me, it's not something that, it doesn't have a mixed use. It doesn't, fit a lot of the things that we talk about in our, 2035 plan, as far as what we want to use for desired, um, rezoning. And, so I'm just, in general, like, unless there's some reason, there's some, uh, driving force that tells me, oh, we made a mistake here, and this would be a better use of the property. I'm just, in general, not in favor of changing the zoning. I think we have very limited amount, even when you look at this map, very limited amount of property that will end up being business. And it just doesn't make sense to have kind of all this haphazardness, because it does cause problems, residents. I mean, I take issue sometimes with Old Fields because, when we did our original, plan for, the industrial park out there to be able to bring jobs to Graham with, Lidl and Amazon and UPS and all of these different businesses, someone came and said, hey, we want to build this really beautiful development, and it is beautiful, in Oldfields. And it was built, but then when more business started coming to an industrial park, people in Oldfields started complaining that it wasn't residential. I'm like, it was never planned to be residential. It was planned to be an industrial park. And that's the reason why Oldfields was built so far off the road. I mean, I remember being at the meeting. And I just think that the planning of Graham, the responsible thing is to stick to what you have. There is a lot of property that's in Graham that is residential or that has the ability to be able to put apartments on it. I just don't think this location is the proper location for an apartment complex. That's just my feeling. To me, it doesn't provide anything that would make me want to change the use of this property from commercial business, B2 to conditional residential, even if it's age restricted. I did look at one of your other properties, and maybe it's the one that you're going to spend millions of dollars on renovating, but I don't know. It was, to me, I would prefer to see something commercial be built there. And I think the majority of the residents, in their mind, when they come to these planning meetings, they have an idea of what's going to go there and in their mind. And I don't think they envisioned an apartment complex beside them. That's just my feeling. Bonnie?
I have concerns about the location. I think it's a really nice project. I would like to see some housing like that for us older people, so that we could age in place. I think it's the wrong place. I have concerns with it being 3 stories, and the density on such a small piece of land. Nothing against your project. I think it's a great project. I just think it's the wrong place, wrong location.
Tommy?
What Bonnie says, I agree with. Your company is offering a service that is needed, but location makes a difference. And in South Main Street is a major thoroughfare. And if you could put this project within Graham, but not off a major thoroughfare like Main Street, you'd be welcome. But again, location, location, location. And the fact is, Graham is growing business-wise, it's going south. And to have the apartments right there, they're gonna, I think I have heard there are plans for commercial development in there, right there, and so if there was another location, we'd like you to consider that. But the fact that you're right in the middle of what is zoned as for business.
Joey?
I kind of concur with what everybody else has said. I mean, we don't need to give up our business for residential. I mean, and coming out on Main Street, if you're having to make a left-hand turn, which probably 90% of the turns will be left, that's a terrible, terrible place.
I agree with you.
Okay. All right, we ready to move forward here? I need a motion and a second. I'll be the bad guy. I'll make a motion to deny the rezoning of 3.29 acres located at 1133 South Main Street from B2 General Business to C or Conditional Residential for the development of a single 3-story, 60-unit age-restricted. I believe they had changed it from 55 to 62 plus multi-family development, and that it would not be consistent with the suburban residential commercial land use areas due to the density of the development, and believe that it's not consistent with policies 2.21, 4.31, 5.12, and 5.21, and that as put forth in the 2035 comprehensive plan, and that it's not my desire to change commercial property to multifamily. I think I've been pretty consistent about that.
I'll second your motion, Mayor.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Appreciate you coming tonight.
Did you want your, okay, that's not.
Okay. New business ordinance amendment, Chapter 12, Article 1, impeding public rights of way. City Council will consider approving an ordinance amendment adding Section 12.17, blocking or impeding street or highway, public sidewalk, and public passageway access to Chapter 12 offenses and miscellaneous provisions, Article 1, and General Division 1 generally. And this is continued from March 11th, 2025. City Council recognize Assistant City Manager Aaron Holland.
And Mayor Talley, if I may jump in here, we do have Christian Furlan, who you are familiar with from
I never
He's
recognized him.
with Hall, Booth and Smith. The city engaged his firm to work with us on this. You'll recall he worked with us on the demonstration ordinance that y'all approved. I think it was sometime last year.
He's dressed much better than I am, so I fall back with him.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Thank y'all for having me. Again, my name is Christian Furlan. I'm an attorney at Hall Booth Smith. I work with the city of Graham on numerous matters, including the demonstration ordinance that I think was passed 2024 or 2023. It's all running together at this point. But yes, this is an amendment to Chapter 12, your Code of Ordinances, just adding a section 12-17, prohibiting blocking or impeding the street or highway or public sidewalk or a public passageway access. Basically just a time, place, and manner restriction on the blocking of a public right-of-way. There is, of course, an exception in here for the demonstration ordinance that we poured over for hours on end. But essentially, this is just a way to keep things moving on the sidewalks, keep it related to businesses, and keep pedestrian traffic moving and vehicular traffic moving and safe.
Okay.
I'm happy to walk through the provisions of the ordinance with you. There's a purpose and intent. Again, it's pretty much what I just stated. Defined blocking as any person, object, or objects preventing at least 36 linear and contiguous inches of clear access to freely pass through a public street, highway, sidewalk, passageway, or entrance or exit to a building. Impede means well, there's 4 sub-definitions under impede. I could run through them. But basically just to make it more difficult to use the public right-of-way or access a building from the public sidewalk. And this affects sidewalks, conduct on streets, partly traffic islands, and defines vehicles as well. But there's a provision in here making it a misdemeanor to block a public sidewalk. I'd be happy to answer any questions. If you'd like me to read through it and kind of go through the case law on it. My main assignment or my main goal was to make sure it was compliant with the First Amendment.
Right.
And state law, of course. But obviously the time, place, and manner restriction of people being on sidewalks or congregating on sidewalks is an issue near and dear to my heart. And from my review, this complies with the First Amendment, not only in the Fourth Circuit, but across the country, from Supreme Court, Ninth Circuit, Fourth Circuit precedent. And, there was, well, I'll leave it at that for purposes of the ordinance. Again, if there are any questions, I'm happy to discuss.
I have no questions for y'all. Good. I think we need to take the advice of the three lawyers that we have here tonight. So I don't know which one wants to take senior role. Maybe that would be you, Bob, but young whippersnapper up there.
Take your mics off.
Okay. All right. Well, do I hear a,
Madam Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the ordinance amendment as written.
okay, do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
sir.
Thank y'all.
Thank you for being here.
course.
Options, alcohol sales, arts around the square. City Council will consider Forgotten Road Ale's request to sell and serve alcohol during Arts Around the Square event on May 17th, 2025. I'd like to recognize Brian Fawcett, Director of Recreation and Parks. Emma, I would be remiss if I did not recognize the beautiful haircut that you have. I
How
mean,
about Brian's hair?
there's not much work that was needed for that.
No, sometimes I miss a spot and it's patchy.
You cut your own hair?
Yeah, paying to do this. Pretty simple request in front of you, council, to consider a couple of different options that we met with Grand PD and with the owners of Forgotten Road Ales to come up with the two options in front of you. We will listen to any questions and talk through options that the council wishes to consider.
Okay, so those are the two options, right?
Yeah,
So-
and for the audience, I'm not sure if it, the full thing, but just for transparency, one option is for West Elm Street only and the parking lot that's adjacent. The other option is for 100 blocks of West Elm Street, 100 block of East Elm Street, and the 100 block of North Main Street. Is that correct? And again, the adjacent parking lot for West Elm Street.
Do you have enough vendors that would do that?
No, this one is not, that's not for vendors for alcohol sales to like fill up that street by any stretch of the imagination. The request was for 4 vendors at a maximum. And that would just allow space to spread those vendors out across the site plan of the event.
So who would the vendors be? Have you already, you're just saying you would limit it to 4 vendors?
Correct. That was the request from Forgotten Road Ales.
Okay. Okay, is anyone else here to speak on this tonight?
Yes, the 4 vendors was just to be able to have a mix of the 2 breweries in town and then possibly the distillery that is in Burlington and then a wine vendor so that it reaches everyone that may want to drink. Because our special event permit only allows us to sell malt beverage. So that was with the 4.
Okay. Okay, I'm trying to think through, that just threw me for a loop because that's not what I was.
The other reason
expecting.
there, the two things, so through the last meeting, there was, opinion from kind of everyone of where can it be? Like for, when I talked to the parks originally, we wanted it nowhere near the kids, so we wanted to be able to put up signs. Some of y'all said we'd like the whole event, some were like, I'd kind of be on board if it was on one street, so it was those two options. So the map is really kind of more for where people can go, and then if you guys approve that it would be everywhere, it would be, can we also kind of spread those vendors out, so it's not everyone in one area? Because it seemed to be a little bit of that was a concern also, was if everyone was in one spot, like too compact of an area.
Okay. Would you be proposing, you said 2 breweries, you're talking about, Little Brothers?
Little Oblivion. Little Brother
Okay.
isn't a business here anymore.
Oh, are they, what, are
They're Goose.
Goose
They
is
resold,
something
yeah.
now.
They,
Yeah.
they
but
sold.
are they doing, are they a brewery there or no?
No, it's,
Just a bar?
Mhm.
Okay.
yeah, so the two actual malt producers, ourselves and Little Oblivion, who's actually here also.
So this is, I guess my question is would you be at the East Elm and then Little Oblivion be at the north? Because that's where you guys are closest, I guess, in
I mean,
location.
ideally, we would
Ideally,
be
where you-
diagonal from like our main location. So for us, we would be there kind of not necessarily between the hardware store, but more over toward where Barrel and Bottle is, just because we're already gonna have people that are gonna see our business from there, and same thing for Little Oblivion. Would be ideal if they're over on the other side of Elm, but people are gonna be able to freely walk. It's more of just being able to give that exposure to people, so they realize there are multiple breweries in town and not just one or none.
Okay, so that's what's throwing me. So for the option 2, you say, I mean, for option 1, you say North Main Street, West Elm Street, East Elm Street, and Court Square.
Everything but the kids area, yes, ma'am.
But you're saying people would be able to have alcohol there, but that's not where you're selling it, is that right?
No, we would be selling it on the street in the area that the event is going on. Just like we do for the festivals that we do on Elm. It would just be, the whole area is the option 1, and then option 2, I think, is just the Elm Street.
So that they can't remove alcohol from Elm Street?
That is correct.
Okay, but both options include you not being anywhere but West Elm, all 4 vendors?
No, that's kind of up to y'all. It's more of where people can go. If the recommendation is you want all the alcohol vendors in one spot, then that's the recommendation that we would go with. It's just the 2 different options are more for where people can consume that alcohol. So can they walk through the whole festival minus the kids area, or can they only stay on Elm Street?
All right, and did you hear from any of the bars? Did you hear from, what is it, Goonies? No?
Goose-
The old
Gooses.
Gooses, sorry. Is it Goonies?
Think
No, because, I mean, they could get a wine permit, or a special event permit, but they don't currently have one. So the manufacturers already currently get one when they get their permit from the state to produce the product. So whether it be distillery, winery, or malt beverage producer, being beer, we get that event permit to be able to do these events automatically. So the local business, no matter what, they couldn't walk outside that area. So it's providing a product for people to wander around the street, seeing how the state has social districts, allow social districts in many, many cities and towns already being all the surrounding ones around us. So for us, it's just, can we do it at this event?
Okay, and is that, is Maple Street here? Yeah, would you like to speak on this? No. Oh, not on this matter. Okay. I mean, I just wanted you to know what your feeling is on whether you, okay, all right. You hadn't had any objections from anybody about location or anything like that? I just don't, we don't want
Every-
to have anybody complaining about
I
anything.
mean, everyone, I'm more than willing to go to all of them and say, hey, you can get the permit, and apply for the permit and the added insurance to be able to do the event, if that's something that y'all would like to see, but I know, press in general, talking to their head bartender, there's zero interest or concern about that. I haven't talked to Powerade because I haven't met the new owners, and then, Barrel and Bottle was going through transition, so I haven't talked to them. But I've talked to Oblivion, who's here, and they're the ones that are on the actual street. As in, like, those are the only businesses
And do
around.
you have a preference, Brian?
Personally, no, it was consensus from the group that met that option, I think option one is the one that has the three blocks. That was the preferred option.
Who was the group?
It was myself, Emma representing the Recreation Department, Payne from the PD, and Ben from Forgotten Roads.
Okay. You talk at all with the insurance carrier? They're okay with all that?
Yeah, they carry their own insurance on this, so it's,
Okay.
And I have an example of like what Burlington uses for their events, just because that's the most recent, like, certificate of insurance that I've gotten, that I can provide and leave or however, so.
Okay. Okay, so what's your feeling?
I am okay with either option. If we're gonna have four, vendors, actually, I would prefer not to bunch them all up. I would personally be in favor of spreading them out a little bit more. So I guess, my pick would be option one, but I'm okay with either one. So, I can roll with either
I'm
one.
fine with option one. Your feeling?
I don't think it should be there at all. It's a family event, and I don't see where alcohol has anything to do with Arts Festival.
Just remember, you're bringing people
I
in
don't even
from
drink.
all through the state.
So I'm not, I just said, I don't want to have people complaining. I don't want to tell people that they can't participate, but I don't want to have people complaining and fussing about it.
Well, I think too, it's an art event, so, and you got Little Oblivion has art up on their walls in there that, from local artists that they sell. They let them have an exhibit in there, and, they support local artists. So I don't know if you guys want to talk about that, but.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kirsten Holloman. I'm one of the owners of Little Oblivion. This is my husband, Donald.
Donald Hicks with Little Oblivion.
Yeah, right now, currently, we actually, since we've opened, we have a gallery wall that we showcase local painters on. We have a photography wall that we showcase, again, local photographers on. Arts are very important to us, and we went through the North Carolina Museum of Arts in the beginning to get a grant to kind of help local artists. We have several local artists that have done murals inside our building. So we actually are our business is mirrored with local artists. And I understand people's concern about alcohol. Again, this is beer. We're not talking liquor, like for us, where it's usually contained. It's maybe dad wants to walk around and have a beer. We're really community-based, and we watch how we serve. And I know that's a concern because you don't want small children around. You don't want a raucous environment. But I assure you that we are not supporting that type of behavior at all. So I just want to say that arts are important to us as a business, for sure.
Okay. So how are you going to minimize people from overindulging?
The same way we do in our local business, we watch behaviors. Obviously we don't overserve. If someone comes in line, we never serve more than one person if we can't see are they 21? Have we checked an ID? I mean, we go through all the things again because of our insurance compliance that we don't. It's concerning. Everyone gets affected by alcohol differently. So you have to really watch people and make sure 2 beers might be too much for one person, whereas another person, 2 beers, they're normal. So you just watch behaviors, and it's part of our responsibility as a business that does that to really watch that type of thing.
I think just in the past, the city events that we've put on, we have not had alcohol. Now, I will say that Arts Around the Square started originally through a nonprofit, the Arts Council here. And I can't remember if they had alcohol at that, at that event in the past. I'm not sure. Do you know if they did, Brian? Okay.
Yeah, we did serve actually Color My Monday, which was a local business here in Graham that was for arts for school children. We served for when they were trying to do fundraising and pop-up markets that we also do for local artists. Again, a lot of artists don't have the ability to go and pay a company in a gallery to display their artwork so people from external places could come see how big it is on a wall and what the lighting affects it and stuff like that, which is why it's so important for us. We definitely understand the concern about alcohol, but we really want people to understand how important it's. Like I said, it's a malt beverage, like, it's beer. It's not, the ABV content is lower than alcohol. So like liquor. And again, we're watching the behaviors of people constantly to keep our insurance in check. And, and if anyone was raucous, we handle it right then and there. Like, oh, you don't need to be served ever again. And thank you very much for playing. It's one of those things that you really just always are concerned about.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Anyone else that'd like to speak on this issue?
Mayor, I'd like to put my 2 cents in on this one. If we're gonna allow this, I would like to see us do it in option 2.
Okay, yes.
Madam Mayor and Council, my name's Tom Boney with the Alamance News at 114 West Elm Street. But I'm speaking more personally on our concerns about this topic. Very much support Councilman Parsons' instinct that this is not really consistent with a family-oriented arts event. In particular, it seems to me when the city is trying to reinvigorate and restore what was for 2 or 3 decades a very popular event drawing people to Graham, I would be I would recommend that you be very cautious in adding this feature. My suggestion, based on the description I've just heard, is if, and I underscore if, you're going to allow it at all, that you hold it to 2 vendors, the 2 who are in Graham, who are Graham-based, not the ones from Burlington or somewhere else, 2 who are Graham-based, and in the most limited area, as the Mayor Pro Tem, I think, was starting to talk about, on West Elm Street, although I hesitate to say that's, in front of our, or near our offices, but we're usually closed on a Saturday, so that part shouldn't be much of a conflict. But I just really think that as you're trying to get reestablished, you need to consider tiptoeing, if at all, in this way. I think it's frankly a dangerous precedent. I don't think there's any great demand for it, other than from businesses who are already here and already open and will already be available to be serving that day.
Well, we didn't solicit for that. You understand that, right?
Didn't solicit what?
We didn't solicit alcohol vendors.
No, I understand. They came to
They
you asking
came
for it.
and requested, and they're local businesses. And I don't like to tell people that they can't participate in a town event for something that is legal. I mean, it's not illegal to, I don't even drink, but I understand it is legal. And,
Publicly, Mayor, however, there are historically limits very strong limits. And the idea of having
guess,
people roaming the entire, 3 streets that are part of,
Well,
I guess I would say that they have had some events, private events that they have asked for street closures for that they've put on themselves that were not anything to do with the city. And as far as I know, now this is just what I know, I don't think they've had any issues. I personally didn't see anybody, I've been down there and I haven't seen anybody drunk or anybody misusing alcohol or anything. But I think we've made it pretty clear to them that we don't want to have any complaints, any concerns, any issues. You know, it is a city-sponsored event, and I was more inept with, what Bonnie was saying is that I think that if it's more spread out, it won't look like it's really anything that what you see anyways. Even if we didn't allow an alcohol vendor, you see people going to Maple Street Tavern and people going to, I forget what the new place is called. Guys just told me, what was it?
oh, Goose's.
Goose's, sorry. And the Verdict and drinking alcohol outside, you know, on their patio and Forgotten Road Ales. I mean, there's already consumption, and I guess I was thinking maybe it would be less of an issue if it was more spread out, but, I'm certainly, open to any concerns that anybody has. And, I guess I just don't want to tell a local person that they can't participate when they haven't had any issues in the past when they've held their own private events. That's really where my heart is. It's not, you know,
Well, on
I
that
don't- I
front-
could care less whether it's there or not personally myself, but, because again, I don't drink.
And,
But-
and I share that concern. And again, Mayor, in that light, I think one option, if you're going to open that door at all, is to open it only to the 2 to the 2 Graham businesses. Those
Well,
are
and
the
Okay.
I don't really see the difference between whether or not they go into Forgotten Road Ales or into Little Oblivion and have a couple of beers and then come out and walk around Arts Around the Square. What's the difference between that and them just having 1 or 2 beers and walking around and looking at art? You know, and you got Burlington, you know, and some other municipalities that have, the social districts, and they have not had any uptick in police activity. You know, they haven't had any issues from that. And, you know, this is just one event. And like Mr. Boney so aptly pointed out, it's going to be drawing in a lot of people, you know, and I'm not just talking about families necessarily, adults. It's going to be drawing in a lot of people. And, you know, personally, I don't think it's any worse than, going into the actual brewery and drinking them and then coming out and walking around. What's the difference? You know, there is no difference.
I guess it's not really, like even when you see it at, Hi-Fi Records and you see it at, I mean, Mexam, and I think more spread out, to me, it just seems like that might be a better solution. And I might not be looking at it the same way that Joey's looking at it, but, I don't know. I don't want to have any complaints where people are so excited about this, this event coming back to Graham, and we want to have a good, positive event. We want it to be family friendly. But even at the breweries, I see families that, I mean, the majority of people I see at your place are families. I mean, I see strollers over there and everything.
And on the comment about events, so the most recent St. Patty's Day, we had a bar crawl, which is really a marketing thing to get people to come downtown. So with that, that was originally done because we had done a Halloween one 5 years ago, and the then employee of the city asked us to do that, to say, hey, you should host it. When we talked to Officer Payne, he said there was one instance of an issue that was going on, and that was the person was told by the police, don't leave the sidewalk because they were at an establishment, and they walked off of that was late in the night that would have probably happened anyway. And that was his opinion and his thoughts. Other than that, there was no issues with the extra police present that was requested by the city. that I wish someone would have reached out to us, because we would have made sure we've done more and more and more to please everyone. But the other reason, like, this isn't just to say, ooh, I want to make money at this event. Part of it is every other municipality, not all, but most municipalities, especially the ones around us, when they have these events, and I do understand your feeling of a family friendly, but Dogwood Festival, I believe everyone would agree, is a family friendly event. They've had alcohol vendors at that for years. Same thing, it's Carousel Festival, alcohol vendors there. Hog Day in Hillsborough, alcohol vendors there. But some of it is where these people that are within 30 to 40 minutes are going to come here. We have to then do all we can, more than what we normally would do, to make sure that people stay on our property with that alcohol, because they're already used to just wandering around the city, that the state allows to happen with these social districts that, yes, we don't have here, and I'm kind of okay with. But the social districts is a state-approved thing that allow municipalities to do. So it's something that already exists everywhere in your concerns. So, but that's just one thing that we talked about with Payne, that we didn't bring up earlier.
And again, the only issues that I've known about alcohol has been directly for liquor sales. I haven't really heard any issues.
In the one establishment that was a little bit of a problem child has new owners as of, I don't know, 6 months ago. So.
Okay, good. Good to hear.
Just by way of clarification, though, if I'm not mistaken, the only beer sales at the Dogwood Festival are in a specific parking lot of one business. It's not that you can have it throughout the downtown area.
They have a social district now they can.
But that's different from the Dogwood Festival.
No, that's for the Dogwood Festival. The Dogwood Festival takes place in the social district.
Okay, they have not historically had anything except in one parking lot. I'm not familiar with the other festivals in Hillsborough. and
Not
whatnot.
disagreeing with you. Yep.
Okay. So what would we like to do? Someone like to put forward a motion?
Madam Mayor, I make a motion that we approve option 1 for the Arts Around the Square.
Any other comments?
I just think it's better to have them spread out and, rather than, centrally located and crammed into one beer garden
Well,
area
I
where
can
everybody's
just say-
gonna,
I can just say this.
congregate,
Say this. This isn't, and you want to limit it to the two local people?
No, I don't see why we should do that. I don't see why we should limit it. I mean, if we're gonna have that many locations, why would we limit it to 2, I think it's easier for, each,
Well, do you want to limit it to the 4 that they offered, that they said to begin with? That's
I don't
what
know.
their suggestion was to limit it to 4.
yeah, 4 is
Since
fine.
it was 4
Yep,
locations,
Yep.
okay?
4 is fine.
I just want to say that, we represent the people, and sometimes it's really hard to make decisions to make everybody happy. I'm looking at Joey and thinking he's a resident. I want to make him happy too. I don't want to make him unhappy. I just, I don't want to look at, Forgotten Road Ales or any of these other local businesses and saying you can't participate. So here is your one opportunity. Do not let anything go wrong because it will be the last opportunity that it is at a city-sponsored event. So, I'm in favor of allowing it, but I just really want to stress that an abundance of, precaution needs to be taken to make sure, and we're already gonna have law enforcement there. We just want everybody to have a great time. We want everybody to feel that it's family friendly and that it's, something that they want to have here time and time again. So, I'll second your motion. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Already made two people unhappy.
And would you state the vote, please, Mayor?
2
3-2.
in favor?
Yes, in favor. You were just wanting to go to be in one location, right? Is that what
Right.
you were saying? Okay. I didn't make you so unhappy. Okay.
I agree with Joey, but if we were gonna do it in one location. That way, we can
Well,
corral all the problems.
well, and again, this is, we try to make the best decisions we can make and see how it's gonna work. And I mean, Brian, you know, I've done events for years, Brian's done event for years, Emma's done events for years. Sometimes, you know, they're a work in progress, but we're gonna make sure that everybody feels great about this event. So hopefully this will not be a mistake that we regret, and hopefully everybody will have a great time, and we will have a very positive event coming out of this. And if not, we'll make changes for next year. Adoption, which is our next item, Graham Personnel Policy. I'll recognize City Manager Megan Garner to discuss this issue.
The city currently has a personnel policy that was adopted in July of 2014, and there have been very few revisions since that time. The city contracted with Susan Nunn, who was a retired HR director and employee of Performance Potential Uncorked, to conduct a comprehensive rewrite. The document before you for consideration is the culmination of input and feedback using true city scenarios to develop the most comprehensive policy. Even with such, there will be necessary revisions from time to time that will come before City Council for consideration. The policy in and of itself has an effective date of May 1 with a few exceptions. I'm happy to answer any questions you have regarding the policy. I appreciate your time reviewing it. I know there was a lot to it. It was more than just a refresh of our existing policy. While we used the same general format, it was really much more of a comprehensive rewrite. And it was much needed.
Megan, that list of changes, do you have that?
I can pull it up.
One of the things that I brought up when reviewing this plan was that we don't have a policy of working remotely. That, you know, we just wanted to be very clear with everyone that, you know, obviously if your child's sick or you have some sort of emergency or you have some sort of issue, that it's not necessarily the employee's option to just say, I'm going to work from home. They need to discuss that with their manager, and the city manager works with the department heads to say, you know, that person needs to take PTO time or whatever, and that person, if they need to get something done because it was an unscheduled time off, that certainly they deserve to be paid for whatever they need to do, but it's not just as easy as just saying, oh, I'm going to work from home today. That's not something that I think this board, I think I could speak pretty unanimously here and say that we really agree with, and we want people to be at work, but certainly we understand that when emergencies happen and things have to be done, we wouldn't want somebody to be working from home and not also being able to get paid for those time that they've had to do that and not have to take PTO for the whole time. So if they have to work 2 hours from home to get something done that needed to have a deadline or something, that they would be able to do that, submit that to their department head. Their department head would be able to submit that to Megan, and that would be approved. I'm thinking of what some of the other big Was there there was like a realignment of, the days off, is that right? To be consistent, but it made it more consistent than what it was.
Yeah, the holiday schedule for Christmas, as you'll recall, I think it was in November, the city council approved an amendment for what days would be observed for the Christmas holiday. The proposed policy before you reverts back to the original days off. And if you would like, I can speak to section 5.1, is the work schedule, and it says department heads shall establish work schedules, including but not limited to remote work with the approval of the city manager that meet the operational needs of the department in the most cost-effective manner possible. Our employees have been back in person for well over 3 years. During the COVID era, I think they were A shift, B shift type arrangements, but we've been back in person working at least the whole time that I've been here and probably even some before that.
And I'm trying to think if there was any other, major changes. You had a list of those. I'm sorry, I thought that would.
Yeah, we have, section 1.3, we added that any administrative policies must be written. That was also the case for section 1.4. Definition of elected officials, the last part, under the common law test was removed. There were some changes to 1.6 and kind of throughout about your, EEO claims and protected statuses. Section 2.4, the city manager is authorized, it used to say to reclassify positions and approve position title changes if the need arises, and to reclassify positions was removed. Section 3.10, we added the statutory reference for collecting money from employees should they leave our employment and owe for uniforms or other items.
In regards to reclassifications, when we talked about that, you said that you would still notify council if those reclassifications happen, as you have in the past.
Yeah, so I cannot reclassify positions. All I can do is a title change, and that notification would happen to city council, correct? But I cannot reclassify
Right.
positions.
Anything else?
Those are the main points. Like I said, it was a very comprehensive rewrite. It wasn't just a few little changes here and there.
This goes along with, what we did. Well, really, Megan did all the heavy lifting. I don't know if anybody else helped you, but one of the things that I'm exceptionally proud of our city manager for doing is recognizing that, our staff want to be able to have a, ladder to climb, and she was able to, implement, some career goals for people that were kind of stuck, and didn't really have, an opportunity to advance. And so I absolutely think you did an awesome job on doing that. And, this personnel policy is like 90 pages long. It's a lot of work. And appreciate both Aaron, Megan, for what you guys are doing to try to, make sure that these things get redone. I know it's been 2014 and there was a lot to do, but we do need to keep our personnel policies and stuff up to date and adhering to what the law is as well. So thank you so much for that.
And even as comprehensive as this policy is, just as sure as we get it adopted and start implementing it, we'll find some unique scenario that doesn't fit perfectly in this, and we'll be back to city council to recommend revision. So when you see us come back with revisions, please don't hold it against us.
Right.
We don't want to wait 11 years.
Thank you so much. And the adoption for this, I'd like to need a motion to approve or deny the personnel policy.
Madam Mayor, I move we approve a resolution to adopt the revised City of Graham personnel policy with the effective dates as specified.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Public comment. I've got two individuals, Daniel Albus. I thought you were here about that because you put down alcohol sales, sir.
It relates to it,
Okay.
because now that we've passed that thing for tonight, I would like the city to put a committee or staff together to look at possibly getting social district. but I would like it event driven. I don't want it every day. Neither does some of the other people, bar owners around here, because it's too much for us to do to police it. It costs too much, cup wise. And when I say event driven, I don't mean every event that the Park and Rec puts on. You know, we don't need it at the Splash Park, the
No.
Pumpkin Bash. But we do a good job of putting on a couple of events every year with, the bar crawls. We had no incidents this past year except for one little thing that they referred to a while ago, and that happened in front of my place, but he got refused service. So it caused a problem. But I would like for y'all to consider doing that down the past. Every municipality is doing it except for Graham. So it's just something to think about with our concert series. That's all adult driven pretty much, and just really consider y'all, checking in on, seeing what some of these other cities are doing.
Okay, thank you so much. Keith Westbrook,
Then we gotta vote on every event.
Keith Westbrook, 604 Chalkwater Court, Graham. I thought about this long and hard. I've talked to Megan about this. And I felt, something told me earlier to do this, and that's the only reason I'm doing it. But I felt the way that I was treated as far as, when I signed up, I was told last month, make sure and sign up by Friday. We want people like you. You're from Graham. You're an artist. You're this, you're that. And then I told them on a waiting list, and I just simply told them, it's either tell me yes or no. Don't put me on a waiting list. I want to be told I am in arts and around the square, or I'm not. And I just feel like I want people to know that I've lived here 30 years. I've been doing woodworking for 50 years. I feel like it's a craft, and I feel like I've been a little bit slighted as far as being chosen or not chosen. And I just want everybody to know that. Thank you.
So were you not chosen? Is that what you're saying? You were not?
No, they're in the
I put on a
process. It
waiting list and then
takes-
So
I
you
was
don't know?
told that, well, she'll take you off the waiting list. And so my next comment on the phone was, thank you, goodbye. So I left it at that. So I just assumed that was it. But thank you. Maybe it would have been a better event, maybe not, I don't know. I'm still looking forward to it, okay?
Okay, and let's see, do we have any city staff comments? Aaron?
Turn my mic on first. Mayor Pro Tem currently serves on the Alamance County Community Services Agency Board. I know there's been conflicts with him and being able to attend that board. And the way that they set up their board, they do like to have representation from each municipality. It's nice if it's an elected official, but it doesn't have to be. It can be a citizen that has interest in what they do. And if council wishes to have that person represent Graham on the board, then with a letter from the council, that person can serve in that capacity. The agency operates the Community Services Block Grant, Self-Sufficiency and Emergency Food Assistance Programs, which is the food pantry. They aim to provide increased access to education, employment, housing, childcare, and transportation for low-income families and individuals. So I guess I'm asking if there's anyone else that would like to serve in that role.
When's the meeting?
They're on the third or second Thursday of the month.
Second Thursday of the month? And are they by Zoom?
They're in person
Where at?
at the railroad station over in Burlington. Not only does this group not only represent Alamance County, but they also cover Person County, Rockingham County, and Chatham County. Not Chatham, but Castle County.
So if anyone else is interested, we can just have that person replace
And what time is
Pro
it?
Tem. If not, we can just nominate someone else.
From 5:30 to about 8 o'clock.
I can do it. On Thursday, right?
Yes, ma'am.
5:30 to 8, second Thursday of the month. And it's, what's it called?
It's the Alamance County Community Services Agency. I know, former Mayor Peterman served on that board prior, so.
They got a meeting coming up this Thursday.
This Thursday? Like day after tomorrow?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, Okay.
I'll let her know.
all right, thank you. Anything, Renee? Anything, Megan?
I do, thank you.
Oh, wow, okay. You look
We-
like you're ready for
I'm,
that.
I'm ready for this.
Okay.
So we received an email today at 5:31 from the league, so I apologize for not getting this on the agenda in advance, but we were just notified that they would request that the city designate your voting delegate. It is not for the league business meeting as it is typically, but it is for the league's board of directors election process. And this individual would be responsible for voting between April 14th and April 21st, so we wouldn't have time to wait until May to address this. So if the city council is fine with considering this,
That too.
I've
Rick,
taken
just
it
kind of
over.
come
We'll
to
do our
consensus.
vote. Yeah, is that
Perfect.
okay? Is everybody okay with that?
that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. You have any?
Yes. I'm sure we're aware of Graham Furniture Mart. Mr. Kratz has been vocal about being overcharged for trash pickup in the past. I would like to, if it's a consensus of the council, to direct the staff to review that and see if he has been overpaid, if he has overpaid, and if anything's needed to be refunded back to him and come back to the May council meeting for us to approve or disapprove.
Since I've been elected, I think y'all know, I have beat a dead horse about this. I do not agree with what he was charged. And I think Megan knows that. I think Aaron definitely knows that. I know Burke knows that. I think it was outrageous. And I totally agree.
I think it's just
I
time
have
we
brought
settle
it
it
up
one
before,
way or
but
the other.
I don't know that I think when I brought it up, it was just me and you on here, and we didn't have the votes to do it, and I don't think and I'll just go on the record of saying, anybody that gets a water bill for $3,000, or anybody that gets a trash bill in the thousands of dollars, like, because our water meter was broke, or because we've changed some sort of policy, and in literally from 1 month to the next month, it goes from no charge to 1,000 and some, like, no, 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 I don't agree with that. I talked to Mayor Peterman when he was on the board about it, and I said, this is not right. We should not be treating citizens like this, especially a business that's been here for 50-some years. I talked to, McClure about this, Griffin, and he also didn't agree with it. So, I mean, I have no problem with saying that you definitely have me 100% on that. I just think that that's not right to do that to any citizen, and any citizen that comes to me, I'm gonna fight for them, the same way. I keep getting told there's nothing that we can do about it. So I don't know.
I
If there's
support
something that
your
we can do
suggestion.
about it, like, I feel like the council is all like, I do think everybody needs to be treated equally, but those kind of things are not okay. And there was a senior citizen that was charged over $3,000 for a water bill because the water meter was broken. I mean, I don't know about you, but I don't know that I'm getting charged that amount of money unless you send me a bill. And because he wasn't being billed properly, it went on for years. And then you're gonna back bill them 3 years? Oh, no. I don't agree with that, not one little bit. And, I don't represent, yes, I am technically the mayor, but I represent the people, and I think everybody up here feels that way, that we all represent the people, and we would want be treated fairly as a citizen, and that's not being treated fairly. So, and that didn't happen under Megan's watch, I understand that, but I do think that it should be looked at, and a fair assessment should be done of what he owes.
Excuse me, Mayor, what's the underlying issue? It's not clear to me from the discussion.
he got charged, overcharged for trash pickup. He had, literally it's foam. It's like these big bags of foam is my understanding that he was putting out for the city to pick up. And the previous manager changed the policy. And so I guess the way he charged him was,
By volume, not by weight.
yeah, not by weight or anything like that. But I mean, what he charged him, you could have had a full-size dumpster out there.
And with no notice, something of that nature.
Well, I think they went and talked to them, but I don't think until he got the bill, he actually realized what was what. And that, he was being charged an exorbitant amount. And so then obviously he figured out something different, and that doesn't happen anymore. I don't think he has the city pick up anything. I think they end up taking it to the landfill, but I just feel like that needs to be a conversation that you have with somebody and say, hey, we just want to let you know, if you continue to put this out here, it's gonna be X number of dollars, and nobody in their right mind would pay that, but to bill somebody after the fact, I don't think is right. And to not mitigate that, I think is also wrong. But if anybody disagrees, like, fine, but I would want to be treated fairly, and I think we should treat all of our citizens fairly.
Absolutely.
So if, Megan, you can take a look at that, I think that's consensus of the council. And, thank you, Joy, for bringing that up. I wanted to mention the Kinfolk Concert Series and Car Cruise In, hosted by Alco Vets, local veterans organization. This is the 2025 schedule, April 19th, every third Saturday of the month. We have a car cruise in that starts at 4, and then a concert that starts at 7 p.m. April 19th is the favored band. May 17th is Jordan Pickett. June 21st is Dalton Davis. July 19th is Clinton Horton and the Magnificents. August 16th is Mason Lovett. And September 20th is Christy Wilkins. And October 18th is Dr. Captain and the Fleet. And that will be at the Graham Amphitheater at 104 East Elm Street behind Colonial Hardware. We have a strolling Easter egg hunt. The caption being, it's a hunt, not a race. On the 100 block of Court Square on April 19th from 1 to 6 p.m. Ages 2 to 11, there'll be a Easter egg hunt. Have an Easter egg bunny every hour on the hour. The businesses will be hiding eggs in the downtown area. So please come out to that. I want to mention the Thursdays at 7 concert series. You have a list yet?
It's posted on social media and on the website for Thursdays at 7 and musical chairs, which is countywide.
Okay.
That's all. And going out on social media.
Okay, great. So check us out for Thursdays at 7 and the musical chairs concert series. We've got concerts literally almost every single week. And gosh, it's been busy downtown. It's really, really nice to see all the people out enjoying the downtown. It's been very nice. So we have those events. I want to bring up that I would like for the council to direct the staff to look at adding vape shops to the special use permit zoning. I feel like some of the issues that we've had with vape shops, to me, it is something that's controlled by special use zoning in other districts, and I would like it to be something here. And I just think because we haven't done a rewrite of our ordinances, these are things that get mixed, get missed, so to speak. The vape shops didn't exist, I don't know, 10, 20 years ago, and certainly not 50 years ago when these ordinances were written. But I do think it needs to be a special use and limit where they go.
I agree with you.
I
Y'all
agree.
okay with that?
Agree.
Okay. And then I'd like for us to have on the agenda next month to discuss the downtown master plan and the rewriting of that and consider some sort of statement about the existing downtown plan that we have that is going through a thorough rewrite. Can I get the council's consensus about that to be on the agenda for next month? Okay. And then Aaron looked into the tiny home issue. He said that would be something that they would already allow by right of use for any properties that are RG, which is basically trailer parks, right?
Have a varying definition, but in essence, you could build a small home if it meets the habitable sizes.
Can we, is there any way we can attach that they bring up the roadways inside these mobile home parks if they're gonna do tiny homes?
Well, I guess if we're looking at a new mobile home park, then I think those have to be approved through special use anyway. That could just be something that we can handle, through that process. When you talk about existing RG property, if it's already on a maintained road, it'd be difficult to do that, without messing up the balance of the rest of the road. But new ones, absolutely, yeah, we can do that.
Was there something else that I was trying to look here in the text to see to you, did I? Yeah, I thought there was a third thing.
Somebody raised their hand.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I'm asking consideration if the council would accept a few more public comments. Our apologies, we missed the sign up.
Oh, sure. Recording what? Yes, sure, come right up. Yes. No, yes, of course. Westfield Reserve on Palmer Drive. Oh.
So.
Good afternoon, good evening. Sorry, we didn't know the proper protocol. We know it now.
That's okay.
For when we come in the future. My name is Tanya Bolton. I'm at 1635 Palmer Drive here in Graham. Yesterday, we had the city come through and in a 0.2 mile stretch, 31 no parking signs were put in our neighborhood. We have had members of our community have called. They were told that there were complaints at the city council meeting that were made by people about people parking on the street. We were told that the signs were there to stay. The signs look horrible. They're excessive. My personal lot is a 0.3 acre lot. And there are, on the front facing part of my property, 3 of those signs in my yard now, in addition to the other signs of the city.
Sorry, I'll give you more time, but Aaron, I'm sorry, can you navigate to me where this is?
It's off Rogers Road.
Right across, kind of across from.
No, I know where Palmer Drive is, but I don't know specifically like what.
Between Wildwood and Ridgecrest.
Ridgecrest,
Yes.
Yes.
Is this a new development?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, it's relatively new. It's.
Sir, you need to come up here.
Yep, yep.
Need to come up here if you're gonna speak at the microphone so we can record this.
So it also goes all the way down to the Broad Acres side from Wildwood.
While I'm looking this up. So the area that you're in is a newish subdivision. It hasn't been there
5 years.
about 5 years.
Or 6
Yeah.
years.
When it was approved, the roads through there, I want to say are 25 feet back of curb,
Oh, my
which-
God.
which by our ordinance is no parking on the street. The developer never put those signs up. And that's probably where I guess the confusion of whether you could park on that road, because it never was a problem, I guess, until someone called in and said that there was parking on that road and there were issues with people having to go around when oncoming cars were coming through. So I did feel some of those calls. I know that the letter or email was sent out to our public works director to check and make sure that that road was a 25-foot back of curb. It was approved that way, so. Well, the only part that's not, if it's 27, you only can park on one side, so.
But then there's the eyesore issues.
Well, I'm sorry, the stretch that I know that they were going out to do, I don't know what all was put out there. I just know that that new section through there where Palmer is, that is 25. So, I would have to go check it out. Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I just saying that that new area right through there.
So we understand that this was supposedly in the plans when this development was laid. Our development, I know I've been in my house since 2021, and these signs were never there. There was never any indication that there was a parking issue or that we could not park on the street. Or ordinance.
When we built the house.
Right. We were never
Yeah,
told
the
that. We were never
developer
told.
and the realtor should have told you that it's a condition of them. The developer pays for the streets and puts them in, but then they turn them over to the city for us to maintain them and enforce that kind of thing. I can tell you, there is not a council person on this dais that voted for that.
So-
We don't vote for 25-foot roads. Megan will tell you that I'm a 31-foot girl every way, because I'm telling you, you cannot patrol it. You cannot enforce it. You get people, look at how many people are already showing up here about this kind of thing. Because you're gonna have these people, like, we're even, like, in order to be able to accommodate the developer and also accommodate residents that are gonna be there in the future, we even like say, what's the point of putting a sidewalk in when everybody's gonna park, they're gonna double park in front of their house and they're gonna block the sidewalk and you can't walk down the sidewalk. I was like, why do we even have, like, that makes no sense to even have the sidewalk. Have a sidewalk on one side of the street, make sure that the buildings are built back enough far away from the street that they can double park, and not wide, but I mean depth.
Right.
And, we have a big problem that the previous council approved from these developers, where there's not adequate parking. And I mean, they have
There's not.
3-bedroom homes, townhomes with single-car garages, and it's just a mess. And there's not enough room to park in the road. You've got to be able to get emergency vehicles through. If your house is on fire, you're gonna be the one, you might not be complaining tonight about parking on the road and want to be able to park on the road, but if your house is on fire and chief can't get his fire truck by those cars, or has to knock the cars out of the way to get there, I mean, you're gonna want that. It's really a safety issue, and I would never, ever vote, because we're in construction.
Right.
My husband and I have been working in construction for, my whole adult life. And, you don't save that much money. These developers don't save this much money by making a 21-foot road, but, it is I never, ever have a situation where you don't get a complaint about it. So what is your feeling about it? Like, are you wanting to allow the parking on the road?
I think that, so yesterday, this was the first we had heard about any. Ever. of this.
Right, we just had.
Well-
people show up
Okay,
and
guys,
say it's,
we're gonna talk one at a, because literally, I
Yeah.
mean, we need to come up with, we will hope that we could come up with an amicable solution to this, because like I said, within this 0.2 mile stretch, there are now 31 signs. I was in New York 3 weeks ago, and our development, which was very reserved looking, very green space looking, now looks very cluttered, very congested. It looks terrible, for lack of a better word.
Are these permanent no parking signs?
Yes. I have pictures.
Can I see?
So
the
your,
pictures?
is your issue with the number of signs?
No, that's
Is-
one of the issues, sorry.
Okay.
I will say that, my concern is that, and I understand that this is not the council that approved it, but the fact that it was approved, because from my understanding, the ordinance is about, the ability of medical vehicles to be able to pass. And a development building single-family homes, my mind's boggled why that would even be approved. We moved here, we built our home in West Hill Reserves, we were excited to move to Graham, and what this ordinance tells me is I can't have anybody visit me. Right. I can't have a family function. I literally can't have anyone come to my house because right now, there's no parking anywhere on Palmer. My other issue is why would this ordinance only apply to one street in the entire neighborhood when the width is the same throughout West Hill Reserves? But the signs were only put on Palmer Road.
Is that the only one that's 21 feet wide though?
No,
they're all
the entire
25.
neighborhood is the same width.
Why is there so many signs?
I haven't seen it. I have.
And
I
it's
mean, why
actually-
can't they say no
My-
parking
my
between
direct
signs?
house alone,
and-
yes, has 2 signs in front of it.
There are 2 in front of ours, 17.
So every house has 2 to
ridiculous.
3 signs in front of it.
Well, and the other thing, I'm just like, one of the things that Aaron and I just went out to another development, again, from the previous council that approved this, but it's still being finished. They have like this green area. See, I would say, no, make that road. We don't need that because there's no point of it anyways. People need the parking area to be able to park. Is this development's finished, right?
Yes, it's finished.
Yeah.
It's finished.
Most
It-
of Palmer does not have houses on one side, which is the stretch across from these ladies' houses. There's
There
never
isn't
been an
even
issue.
there isn't even a house there.
It's the one road that has the least houses, actually.
Yes.
It's never been an issue. I've lived there 10 years on Wildwood and never had an issue with traffic coming through.
No.
Yeah, I've never had a.
No.
So on this side, you don't have any, you don't have any houses.
Yes,
There you go.
there are signs in, but there's no sidewalk on ours. So the other pictures, if you scroll, that's the street looking the opposite way, unfortunately. But you can see all those signs that are in between the trees. Those aren't trees, those are signs.
But there's no houses over here.
Yes, it is. One house
Oh.
right there. That area right there is supposed to be a protected area. They said it was that it was a slave cemetery, Indian cemetery. There as well. We don't know what the area is.
There's no house there.
Then you cross the street and then it's our house. In between my property, that corner, that protected area, and the next corner, there are 6.
There's 6 between your house and my house.
Yes.
Good grief.
And they're parallel,
Wildwood's at
so.
the bottom.
Yeah, they're parallel across the
Yeah,
street.
there is
My neighbor right here
there
lives
is a
across the street
protected,
from me. He has a
cemetery.
sign in front of his house and across, in front of my house, same sign.
3 in our.
It is.
Yes.
I sat on the planning board and I do know for a fact there is a protected cemetery out there.
We don't make people move the people when they develop a thing for a residential neighborhood.
Ooh, cemeteries?
It's a
We don't make them move them.
Indian burial ground.
Yeah, it was a protected
But
situation.
I was told it was an Indian burial ground and it's protected. It's protected. It's still wooded. They left that area wooded. They didn't disrupt any of it.
And the builder being
They did
Keystone,
seismic,
explained to the residents that were purchasing these lots that Thompson, although I think the original plan was to have a right-of-way go through, Thompson to the adjacent neighborhood. We know that that plan was changed, but they told us that the city was going to come and pave and stub the end of Thompson. So that's supposed to be a stubbed right-of-way. Now, that would not provide adequate overflow parking for this issue, but it would be something. And we've been there 3 years and nobody's come and put a studded street there. Thompson Road right now is just
a green area, and it's supposed to be a street. I
Well, I don't
appreciate
even
you
have to
wanting-
ask, but I can tell you right now, developers build streets and give them to the city. We don't go and build streets. So I don't know who told you that, but that's not something like,
Gina,
I don't even have to ask Aaron, but I already know what his answer's gonna be.
Thompson Road, which is this part right here, it's been like this forever. For the city to go and pave that, that would have to be something that council would have to approve and, I mean, it has to be budgeted for. That's not something that we do because a subdivision comes in, because we're not the ones that are coming in building the subdivision.
That's their responsibility.
They're building,
Understandably.
yeah, they're building, and I think we have multiple conversations going on, because I know we got conversations about how many signs, is the volume of signs versus being able to park on Palmer. As far as the ordinance goes, you're not able to park on Palmer because of the width of the road. As far as the volume, that's a conversation we can have with our public works director to see, can we reduce that number down and still have the effective message that there's no parking along this stretch? That part, I think, is an easy conversation. But as far as the parking on Palmer, that requires council to basically override the requirement that the subdivision was built on, which says that there's no parking on that road. And they would have to approve it, which to me, I'm guessing based on the conversation and dealing with Rowley's Meadows, which has similar sized streets, we're probably talking about keeping it as a no parking. So.
But, again, and I apologize. My only issue with that, and I'm hoping that we can come to some type of consensus. We're paying taxes to Graham. I'm happy to be in Graham. But what this ordinance says is I can't have a family function. I can't have anyone come and visit me if I can't squeeze them in my driveway. And I don't have, my driveway is for my parking, my car, my husband's car, my daughter's car, my husband's work vehicle, my son's car. I mean, that parking is taken. I can't fathom that, yeah, I mean, the next thing is going to be parking on the grass. Parking, right, or, right, I mean, I'm applauding the council to try to come up with some consensus. If parking on one side of the road, like we said, Palmer only has a sidewalk on one side. The other side doesn't even have a sidewalk. I mean, it just can't be, and again, why is the ordinance only applying to one street in the entire neighborhood?
It's not applying to one street. I mean, I can get with our public works director and we can sign any other streets that have the 20-foot that don't have signage. That doesn't change the fact that there's no parking on Palmer. It just means that we're gonna put more signs up in these areas that have 20-foot. Now, if they're 25, they can park on one side.
It's 25 and then 27 is one side.
Yeah, 27, 25, right.
Theirs is a 25-foot road, as well as.
I mean,
as well as
27.
Almani and, Thompson.
So we have 31.
There's no parking on any of those roads. I'm not sure why they chose just to put signs on that road,
It was
but there's no parking on any of those roads.
there was an abrupt change. We weren't notified. There was no communication.
And-
My alarm went off yesterday
Why,
telling me there was.
why did
To address- to
why
address-
did the developer not put the signs up?
It would have been great because, I
'Cause
mean,
he didn't want y'all to know that you couldn't park on the road.
Right. so-
I'm gonna just tell you, that's the reason.
Right there, typically at the end of Thompson where Palmer comes off, in that particular area. So those you have families with multi-cars, so these houses that were built are, 4 and 5 bedroom homes. Yeah. And so the driveways are not long enough for parking. And so there is some overflow parking, even if they don't overflow onto the street and park on the street, if they park in their driveway, they're encroaching the sidewalk, which if I read your previous, I don't know what it was called, that's gonna be, that's gonna be a misdemeanor. So they don't have anywhere else to park. If you're saying Thompson is now not gonna be an option, there's gonna literally be nowhere in our development for our residents to park.
why would,
Why can't they
Understanding.
park in Thompson? Is it also
That
20
approved
feet?
it, saying that it's a 20-foot.
25 foot.
20-foot.
it's
That-
right away and back a curve. That's the,
When you come off of Wildwood, the original stub out and beside of the gentleman there in the black's house, that is a 31-foot. When that original stub out, when it goes from 31, it goes down to 25. through the neighborhood until you get to the other end of Palmer near Ridgecrest, to the old part of the neighborhood stub out, and that goes back to 31.
Yeah, there are varying widths throughout the subdivision, so.
Why did they do that?
Poor
And
planning,
we're suffering.
poor planning, people not understanding
God.
construction.
And to address your issue about having family and friends, I mean, I don't think anybody would complain about one night having people over.
Not true. Not true.
Because I think what we've heard is the habitual people that park on the street every day.
And,
There's not that many of them.
no, and you have board members here from the HOA who live on Palmer, that there is no excessive parking. If it was, because we have, right, we have a rule that you can't even park on the street more than 12 hours. So I'm not sure who made the complaints, but there is no excessive parking on Palmer because myself and my neighbor Alex live on Palmer.
And I will say this, they're building another 170 some homes, which this
Yes.
council did not approve. And that's gonna be the thoroughfare. And if you're parked on the street, one, it's gonna impede traffic. And you're in danger of having your car hit or torn up because it's on the street, because you're gonna have another 200 or 300 cars coming by your every day.
So that neighborhood hasn't been approved yet, is that?
No, I voted against it.
So it's approved, yeah, it was
It's
approved.
approved by previous council
And the
members.
previous
that
council
aren't
member
sitting
that
on the
approved it.
dais.
The new one that's in the back.
No, that's the one in the back.
No, and then the one that they're opening up at the end of Palmer.
In the Palmer, that's the 170 some homes. That was,
The one that where you go down Wild.
yeah,
Is
that
it
was
the
voted
same
on by,
developer?
that was voted on by a previous council member that abruptly put his house up for sale after he approved it and moved. He lived on the corner of Palmer.
Well, there are, thank y'all for hearing this. I know that this was not this council. Our
Yeah,
new-
please don't blame us, because I can promise you, we are making huge efforts to make sure that this does not happen to another community in the future. We meet with developers. I just met with Bonnie and I met with a developer 2 weeks ago, and we were immediately saying, no, only sidewalk on one side so that you can have cars parked on it. And it doesn't do any good to put a sidewalk there because you're not gonna be able to police it. You're just not, it makes no sense. The first question out of my mouth was, how deep can you pull the townhome back so that you can park 2 full-size cars or a full-size truck in front of the house? Because they'll say, oh, we got enough room to put 2 cars. Well, what kind of cars are they, from Europe or something? Because, they'll tell me the measurements, and I'm smart enough to know that's not gonna fit a full-size, 2 full-size vehicles. So, the whole thing of having that green space between the sidewalk and the road, I was talking to our engineer the other day, and I said, we don't want another project like that. I mean, we do not want any of that, going forward. And he said, well, when you have something that's like a 3-bedroom, we recommend to the developer to have the sidewalk go to the curb, the back of the curb. Because then you can, either have more parking in front of your home on your private property. And again, I don't think this council has approved a single 25-foot road. And correct me if I'm wrong, Aaron, but I'm pretty sure that we haven't approved that. And I recommend 31 every day of the week. That's something that was previously being pushed by other people that thought density didn't matter. I mean, they even passed developments that had 3-foot side setback, 3 foot, that from me to Bobby. That's what of a distance to the lot line was. You just think about it. You've got a 6-foot riding mower. You can barely, and I don't even know if you could get a 6-foot mower in between the houses. You definitely can't get a storage building. So where are you gonna store all your stuff? In your garage, which means now you've got to park in front of your house. So you can't get a storage building behind your house. There's a reason for setbacks, and there's a reason why we say you can't park in the road. When a trash truck, which is very large, it's as large as what we have, maybe even wider than a fire truck. But when your house is on fire and you're at the end of that cul-de-sac, you're not gonna wanna have to fishtail like this. And, he's in that neighborhood. The reason why he's sitting on this council is because the previous council upset him with some of the things that they were doing. And one of the other things that we try to make sure we do is, you see that stub out that was on there? if there's any possibility of future development, I personally will not even consider anything less than a 31-foot wide road. Because you might just be looking at 200 homes today, but there might be 1,000 homes. I mean, there's one developer that has done 4 different phases. So your little bitty road is now, like Joey says, has now become a thoroughfare. It's like I-40. When you count how many trips somebody takes, it's 3 point something for every, car that's there. You got a 3-bedroom, you've got you, your husband, your kid. That's thousands of trips coming up and down that road. And it's gonna make people that are used to a nice residential neighborhood think they're living on I-40. So we really go to great efforts to not I'm very sorry that this has happened in your community. I wanna try to find you a solution. To me, like, I don't know if this is a possibility, but is there a way for them to be able to pave that area? Or that's got the green space to be able to make the road wider? How long is the Palmer Road? No, I'm talking about on Palmer where they can't park. That area that's the green space between the sidewalk and there. Is there a way to get rid of the green space and pave that to make the
You talking about the
road
little
wider?
patch of grass there?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you, yeah. I don't think you.
You're talking about in front of where it's historic, your grass.
Like where you have the sidewalk.
Like where you have the sidewalk, and
Oh,
then you got that little strip of no
Like
man's
it's a-
land.
Right, well, that is what was supposed to be studied, but I don't.
Those are things that we try to get rid of in the planning phase in order to be able to make the road wider. I mean, y'all didn't need that, y'all don't need that grass as much as you need parking.
No,
There's
my,
utilities buried in that.
Right, that's what I was asking.
I mean, we try to negotiate that stuff in the planning. Of course, it doesn't help y'all now. I mean, we try to negotiate either wider driveways, to fit more cars
Or
across, or,
Deeper.
yeah, or deeper if they can, set back more. Of course, that does not help you right now, and I see
So-
that.
if I may I ask, what was so we've heard when calls were made, and I don't know if they were speaking with you or who they spoke with, we were made aware that we had people who came and complained, and that was the reason for the abrupt change, and why these signs were placed out. So
I'm sorry, I don't remember. Do you remember
don't remember
anybody
any
coming
complaints,
complaining at a council
He
meeting?
said he fielded some calls,
Yeah, no one
right?
came in, but
I don't,
it was a call that was made to City Hall in reference to a vehicle that was parked in this little curve area here. And the question was whether or not the city could have that person move their vehicle, because you shouldn't have parking out here anyway. So when looking at the approval, they're correct. But to their point, if there's any parking that's gonna have to happen, their request is gonna have to be the council to amend the traffic schedule to allow for parking on one or both sides. But that's gonna have to be, a council decision if that's gonna be anything that occurs.
if I may I ask a second question?
Yes, ma'am.
So with these signs that were placed, if these signs were supposed to be placed when our community was turned over or whatever, why are we 5 years, 6 years in, and these signs are just now being placed? Because we have hosted, we have a very good relationship with, Graham Police, Graham Fire. We have hosted them for the past couple of years for National Night Out, have a great relationship with them, had a great turnout both years, even in the rain. And there has never have they, I mean, and when they come, they bring the fire trucks, they bring their cars, they park in the road. We've had people get through. There has never, ever been a complaint. And I am the former board president for the HOA. former member for the HOA. This is our board president and another one of our board members. I have never seen a complaint we have people in our community. I will be totally transparent. We have people in our community who want to control certain aspects of our community, i.e. they don't want people to look different from them. They don't want people to believe different from them. They want to tell us how our community should be ran, no matter what our covenants say, which is where we thought this complaint came from, honestly. So, you know, this is why we not only feel so strongly about this, the only complaints that the board has received, to my knowledge, during my tenure, and I was there for almost 4 years, is that we had stuff that was parked on the road for longer than 12 hours. They were selective in enforcing that. They would enforce it for some houses and they wouldn't enforce it for other houses if they were their friend.
Yeah, if any subdivision was put in now where there was a street like this, we would have the developer in the process put those signs up as we take them over.
Mhm.
We don't take the streets over until everything's done and
It's
everything.
been clear for 5 years, for 4 to 5 years.
So, I mean, with that being the case, it doesn't change the fact that there's no street parking.
I understand that. It
that
just seems like a
street.
very abrupt change. We're trying to understand, we're just trying to understand the reason for the abrupt change. After 5 years, all of a sudden, there are no parking signs.
Well, I don't think it's anything nefarious. I think probably, I'm just an outsider looking in, but he got a complaint. He probably sent a law enforcement officer out there to see about why they're parking on the street. Law enforcement officer came back and said, well, I can't write them a ticket. There's no signs up.
That's exactly
That
how it happened.
got brought back to him and said, well, you got to put a sign up first before you do that. And then he's checking, he's like, why didn't the signs get put up by the developer? I don't know. Somebody dropped the ball. It should have been put up by the developer. I don't know.
And I think it's that tension that's really, right now, it's like we face a 250 fine for parking beside our house.
Yeah.
And I mean, and it's
And a
an
misdemeanor,
oversight
right?
in the planning. I understand it's not this close, right? So I guess it seems fair that this is more of a conversation rather than an abrupt end that, no, the signs are gonna be there.
Yeah, nobody on the council said, oh, they're parking on the road. We need to do something about it. But I can tell you that in the last, since January, with Riley Meadows and with other developments and stuff, it is a constant, I could show you email after text message after, I don't even know how these people get my private cell phone
I was
number,
gonna say,
but
can I have that?
people complaining all the time about, this issue. And,
It's there to be a conversation.
yeah,
Absolutely agree
we
with you.
totally, we represent you guys. We're here to advocate for you. We're not this, trying to, beat you down into oh, you can't park in front of your yard. I don't think anybody on this council wants to do that. We have to do things that, our ordinance speaks to why a 25-foot road is not adequate to be able to park on in the event that we have an emergency. And literally, when you look at if you look at Google Street View and you go down I think we used Joey's, area as an example. I was like, let's just go for Leisure Drive now that they've built this other subdivision in the back of his nice, quiet neighborhood. And you literally have to go like this, trying to get down the street. And an emergency vehicle can't do that.
We
Trash
understand that.
truck too,
Yeah, that's understandable. It
School
just seemed like it was
buses
very,
also complain.
yeah.
So, if there's a solution,
Please,
I just, I think the council would be willing to try to, work with you to advocate for that.
Well,
But I
can
don't
we at
know
least
what to do
look
now
at-
that it's already built out.
Yeah.
instead of, if you would go back and lay out what you would consider a workable solution versus asking us, the city council, guessing, you live in the community, you know your neighbors, you know the patterns of folks, the traffic patterns. If it turns out, hey, there's certain hours that you don't want anybody parking on the street, or certain hours, hey, one side or the other. but provide some options as to what you would accept that's workable
Okay.
versus asking us as the council to, well, let's see, what would, we can't, we don't live in your community. And I
That's
think
fair.
that
And we have
if
to
you
divert
would,
back to what the ordinance says, and if the ordinance is 25 foot, there's no parking, we have to go by
you
the
you know,
ordinance.
you would have to, we would have to consider, variance as to, okay, and accept it. Like any ordinance, there's always exceptions.
And maybe there's areas of Palmer that we can allow parking as long as it's not gonna impede,
Right.
safety vehicles or whatever, like if there's not a house on that side of the street or something like that. Where we can, you're kind of, I don't know what to, like, I mean,
either.
as a, as a
One hand, I think we've started,
construction business, we wanna just fix it, but.
so on one hand, we've
it's like,
started a
we'll see
conversation,
extent.
I appreciate that. And I think if we can continue that forward with your suggestion, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, that would,
But on the second note, if you don't mind, there is the just eyesore
Yeah.
aspect of this. Can we address
Yeah, can
that in
we-
the meantime?
Can we direct city staff to at least have them look at the stop signs? Like in our neighborhood, we have like a sign here and it says, no parking between signs. And then a long ways down, we have another sign, no parking between signs. Instead of bunching them all up to where one property's got two signs in their yard is ridiculous. Can we
Yeah, I
at
think
least
that's,
look into that in the meantime until we,
That would be absolutely fantastic.
You know,
And I think
can-
starting the conversation in your suggestion would, further it beyond
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
I think that's the easiest part, honestly, of their request. And we
Yeah.
can start working on that this week.
yeah, maybe we
Yeah.
can just spread those out a bit,
Yeah.
because it becomes I can see it if it were, a street downtown and they needed to put no parking on all these parking spots. But this is a subdivision.
You can see how the tension
And that's
in the
annoying.
neighborhood
It's,
with
it's
the amount of signs that
detracting from the
appears.
beauty of the,
It pits
Out
neighbor
the
against
neighborhood.
neighbor too, because when one neighbor calls and complains about it, then everybody's after that neighbor. And then,
it's a bad
it's just, it's
situation.
just a bad situation all the way around. I mean, I don't know how the one person in Riley Meadows found out, well, the neighborhood found out that she called and complained. Oh, Lord, it was on then. They were all like ready to boot her out of the neighborhood
like
and,
Donkey Kong.
You can
and I,
understand, 'cause we
and I
invest in
hate
our
that,
properties,
yeah.
these are our homes, and
Yeah.
Of
these are
course.
unexpected things that come up,
Yeah.
and you don't know why, right?
Yeah.
So,
Well,
appreciate that.
yeah, sure. And like I say, if there's, if there's some resolution that we can provide, certainly with the signage, we can try to do something about. But widening the road,
not gonna happen.
Yeah.
I don't
Even,
know of a
even on the
solution.
side that doesn't have the sidewalk, would the council consider that's the side that there is limited
Well,
housing on.
That's why I asked that you all go back, draft your proposal and options
I mean,
Okay.
we-
versus,
Fair.
what if, how about, y'all need to
But
decide
I can tell you if
what
that
is y'all agree
connection,
with.
if that connection comes in there, it's gonna be 31 foot. Promise you that.
Well, we
No
welcome that
connection,
because my house is right there on the corner. I am 1670. So we
Mm-mm.
welcome that. I actually purchased that lot because of that reason, and I'm still waiting on it.
But even when that happens, you're gonna have all that development there that's now gonna also get on Palmer and down Thompson. And that's what I'm saying, like, when you, when we were with that developer the other day, I was like, is this gonna connect to any future development? And he's like, why do you, I was like, because we don't want anything less than 31 foot if it's gonna possibly, I don't care if you're gonna stub out now, somebody or a different developer might come back 2 years, 10 years from now. We've got to be able to plan accordingly. If you've got a closed-in development that is never gonna be connected, sure, 25-foot road's fine. If you got plenty of parking in front of your house, if you've got one, like, I think there's one right off of Moore Street, the little senior place that's right behind the Alamance Bank. That's just one little, it's not a cul-de-sac, but it's one little road that just goes a complete
Loops
circle.
around, yeah.
Just as a complete loop. All single story, they have 2-car garages, 2-car links or whatever. Nobody parks in the street because they could park 6 cars on their property. So, and they're all senior citizens. They're all 1 story, all handicap accessible. I mean, there are situations where 25-foot wide road is fine, but in your situation, it's not.
Nope.
And we really don't recommend it. So I hope you don't blame us for it. because
Well, we just appreciate
We're
the
dealing with the
conversation.
fallout.
We appreciate the consideration, and we're happy that you guys are open to.
Yes, of course.
We will come back. We will confer with each other and come up with, some options.
Okay, great.
To come back and present to you. And we just, appreciate the fact that you heard us out this evening.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for
So-
coming.
Well, for me, I live in a subdivision that has covenants. Please understand that you will have to adopt and change your covenants. So over how many people are in your subdivision, everyone would have to approve changes.
Okay. Okay. So we'd have to have approval from everyone, all
Yes,
of the
ma'am.
residents within West Hill Reserves.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Or whatever they have to have percentage-wise to change your covenants, depending on what your covenants say, and I don't know what they say, so I
Right.
just know they can be restrictive sometimes and, so. I don't know if your covenants say he can't park in the street, do they?
Tells us that they can park on the street, but and that's the thing, what was released from Keystone, the developer, they told us that we could park on the street, the car just could not be there for 12 hours.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
so,
what our
yeah,
covenant said. So our covenant went against what they came up with the,
with the signs.
with the sign, the city, whoever.
Yeah,
Keystone,
yeah.
let me tell you, just FYI, and yes, I am gonna say it.
Yes.
Keystone
Yeah.
told, like, you can line up the people in our community. Keystone told us stuff, and then when we closed, everything that they said went away.
The day of
Some of the stuff
closing.
they put on paper
Heard that a lot.
went away. They need a freaking class action lawsuit.
Well, I can tell you
Maybe they
that
do.
this
Mm.
can't, like, we're very adamant, aren't we, Aaron? We have an issue right now with a new development and we're getting complaints about that and they're working on the last section, right? And I told Aaron, I said, you better tell them they're gonna fix it because we're not accepting the streets until they do fix it. So they will be out there maintaining the streets. They will be out there hearing all the different complaints and stuff from the neighborhood once they get filled up. It's not things that, unfortunately, like especially new home buyers, they don't think about that. They just look, everything looks great and looks wonderful and they don't think, well, in a couple of years when my kid becomes a teenager and we need a car for them, and then my second teen becomes a teen and we need a car for them, and now you're dealing with 4 or 5 cars in the front yard, and I don't know, we just really have to be very, cautious when we do multifamily, like tonight, when the consideration for multifamilies happening. You got 3 stories stacked on top of each other. I mean, it generates a lot of parking. And, then you have developers that say, well, we're gonna have some additional parking down here. I said, sir, I am not gonna walk to the McDonald's to park my car and then walk back to go to my unit. Like, I mean, that's just not
The
gonna
dark.
happen.
Yeah,
So-
not.
The park is down the street. It has a parking lot.
Yeah, I mean, the overflow parking is ridiculous. I'm like, why are you gonna put that a mile away? Nobody's gonna use that. That's not helping your solution.
Mm.
So, we appreciate y'all coming tonight and, hopefully you guys can come up with some possibilities. Aaron is great to work with. He is so wonderful, Megan as well. But, Aaron comes from a planning background, so maybe between the two of y'all, you can come
Yeah,
up with
and I
something.
told her, didn't catch your name, but there we go. I told her that, if the HOA, I think what Mayor Pro Tem Hall was saying, basically if the HOA takes that vote and comes to that decision that that's what they want to go option wise, we can run it back through for council to decide. So we just need y'all to come to whatever option agreement that y'all want to work with, and then we'll take it from there.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you again. We appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
How does that work? Folks that are not part of it. So I live on the corner of my house. I've been there 30 years. I'm not a part of the HOA.
You have
And with
you have no
31.
parking signs at your house?
Yes.
Yeah,
Very
that's.
order of Watchway.
Your road's 31 foot.
Yeah.
Your road doesn't apply.
So both
Oh.
425 and 501 Wildwood have the signs as well.
What road do you live on?
I live on Wildwood.
He lives
Yeah, I
in
thought
Wildwood,
so.
yeah, yeah. That's a
But
31-foot
I'll-
road.
I haven't been, I work from home. I don't go anywhere.
Drive through there on your way home
Look, my wife grew up in at 501.
So why would they have signs on a 31-foot?
Yeah,
Aaron loves going on field trips. We go on field
Yeah.
trips all the
it's
time.
fun for him anyway.
Yeah, I measured today.
He's driving out Palmer as well, and we appreciate you guys looking into the number of. Thank you.
And we encourage you all to drive through there tonight. As pretty as it looks. Thank you.
I don't know if this is something, I guess I want to hear from staff. Do we want to allow people to be able to pay for additional trash cans?
I don't think you're gonna be able to fund what it would take to be able to do that, because it's not just having an extra can, it's having additional trucks, additional drivers. We're already struggling to maintain, to meet the demand with the new developments that are going in. So you've got tipping fees, you've got trucks, you've got employees, you've got the maintenance on the vehicles. It's not really just as simple as being able to add an additional can. There are a tremendous amount of costs that go along with that.
I guess my question is like, they're doing it anyways. So I guess I don't see by them having another can
Yeah,
that we're increasing our consumption. They're still consuming at the same rate. That, as far
Yeah,
as
but-
I know, they're just putting it in the recycling
Which
can
we're not
instead of.
collecting.
But we don't have to buy another truck and staff the recycling.
Well, the
center.
thing is-
It just sounds bad, but
It
that's,
sounds, oh, well, it's only one person who'll buy another can. What if everybody decide to have a second can?
I mean, there's,
It's one of those, what seems like, oh, it's okay. All of a sudden, one becomes two, and then it becomes exponential, and all of a sudden,
you've got hundreds of homes with 2 cans. Now you're
Right.
making double the stops.
Yeah, I
set a
guess I
bad
was thinking,
precedence.
more of like, the consumption's not increasing. It is what, they're consuming whatever they're consuming. Me having a second trash can out there isn't gonna mean that I'm gonna generate more trash. I'm just not gonna put it in the recycling, and I'm gonna put it in my second trash can that now I'm paying for. And I was asking Megan, like, do you think that we could charge enough to be able to make it to where we could fund? So we're okay with people just putting regular trash in the recycling? Because
This-
that's what's happening.
Yeah, and this is part of what we talked about at the
Budget,
budget
yeah.
planning session, like, where does city council want to go? Do you want the staff to have any enforcement on contamination for recycling? Which, wasn't the appetite of council, which is perfectly fine. We'll do whatever city council wants. It's just we're not absorbing that cost directly when it's contaminated recycling. Right now, it's a third party. We've got mechanisms in place to limit the increase that would occur year over year. But if we have it, it's going to be exponentially higher than it is, and the tax rate and other revenue streams are already subsidizing sanitation services as it is. What we charge residents isn't the true cost for collection of sanitation at their home.
But what was the contamination rate?
I'd have to look at our last solid waste report. I think it's due by calendar year, so we should have had one. I think it's calendar, not fiscal. So we should have had one submitted January-ish. So we can find that contamination rate.
Just ballpark.
I would be reckless if I gave you a
I
number.
thought it was like 80%.
I would be surprised if it's that high, but I don't have a solid number in my head, so I couldn't even give you an approximation.
Okay.
At least 50.
well, I had two matters that I wanted, city staff to look into. One is the Economic Development Committee. What's the criteria to have to be on that committee? I was told that the person had to live in Graham to be on any of our committees. But when you talk about the Economic Development Committee, you would think you'd want members on the committee who are business owners in Graham versus a resident. I mean, they could live elsewhere, but if they've got a business in Graham, they should, I think they would have they would have concerns about the growth of Graham. So,
I mean, that could be good or bad. If they're on the development committee and they own a hardware store in Graham and there's another hardware store wants to come to Graham, they may shun it. I mean, there's always conflict of interest with that as well.
well, see, yeah, and but again, it's one of those, if that happens, that person would have to
I mean,
recluse
you
themselves.
could, you could go all the way back to say, like, city council. I don't agree that you have to live in Graham. I think you should be a property owner in Graham, because if you're not paying property tax in Graham, how do you have a dog in the hunt on what property tax is? I mean, there's lots
I
of
think
things
there's a
you could-
lot to say about what Joey's saying, because I think people that live in an apartment,
can't- I
they
mean,
get the same vote
this
as
is-
everybody else, but why do they care if the property taxes go up?
Well,
Doesn't
this is
bother them.
election year. You got somebody come in, move here from Washington DC, run for council, rent an apartment, run for council. Then they're, not that they would be elected, but if they were, they don't have any skin in the game. They don't live here. They don't know the community. I mean, I don't know. I think
That's
you
why
should-
I'd like to see what
Some of these boards, like even planning board, I don't know that you should just live in Graham. I think you should be a taxpayer, property taxpayer in Graham.
Yeah.
Maybe we could do something like what we do with the planning board, Bobby, with, say, 3 people need to be Graham residents. Or, and you could qualify that to be, they own, residential property or business property. Maybe that would satisfy you. And then other 2 people, they might not have to live in Graham, but
But I think, given the mission of the Economic Development Committee, you'd want some folks on it who their background lends itself to,
owning a business.
owning a business,
I mean, but you also have. people-
banker, or,
I mean, I owned a business for almost 14 years, well, over 14 years. I've owned 2 businesses. I don't own a business now, but does that not make me qualify because I don't own a business now?
no, but you've owned a
But,
business.
I
I mean, I
I
think
think
someone,
he's saying that you would qualify because you
Because your
owned a business in
experience.
Graham,
yeah,
that you do or have owned a
But-
business in Graham.
ultimately, if it's up to council to approve that, and if you don't deem them qualified by their application, then you wouldn't appoint them to the board anyway.
well, that's the thing, I'm curious to see what we
What-
would consider the
Right.
qualifications.
Yeah, and this board isn't governed by any state statutes, so it would be completely up to the governing body to set the rules for appointment as at least the majority sees fit.
Where do we have that set at 7?
Currently 7 members.
Currently at 7, but I'm not even
We've
seeing where
never-
it has to be a city resident.
Yeah, that'll
Mm-hmm.
never able to be filled with 7. I mean, I think that should be 5, and then three residents and 2 ETJs minimum.
But that's something that needs to be discussed. That's why I want to see that. Because we've been relying upon the chamber, to do, bring economic development to us versus looking at folks who are here.
I wouldn't object to somebody that sits with the chamber to become a member of it to help.
Or a former member of
or
the
a former
chamber.
mem- Yeah, or somebody
know.
active in the chamber.
Have they
to be a
hired
part of
somebody
that.
for David's position?
I mean,
Haven't heard anybody. I mean,
David would be in my mind, prime candidate to be on our,
yeah, Kevin has sort of taken over a lot of his duties, but they haven't, from what I
But
understand.
David's from Graham, isn't he?
yeah, he lives
Yeah.
here in Graham. He lives right down, I think Rogers Road.
Yeah.
But that's the first thing. Second thing is in regards to comments I've heard second, third hand that Graham is becoming less business friendly. And, we all agree that we gotta balance out our revenue stream between business and private, property tax. And when I hear somebody saying, yeah, it's really hard to get anything through Graham, when that wasn't always I thought we'd turned that corner.
I don't know what business would have to come through us to operate if it's already, I mean, unless you're rezoning and wanting to start a new business. I mean,
Are you
No, I
talking
think
about?
they're-
I don't
I think they're
understand.
saying it's in the planning, the delays in the planning.
Are you
And that-
talking about for builders that are
Or
trying to come here and
business,
build?
Or
a business?
businesses that
And
want
not,
to
not the
expand.
staff, but I think engineering, PRC or whatever, I guess.
Yeah,
I don't necessarily agree with that statement.
well, like I said, I've heard it.
I've heard it too.
But what business have we turned away?
Saying that they're saying that it's hard to get, stuff through TRC. They have to go back multiple times and
It's especially
change.
businesses that are here in Graham and have put in plans to expand. And they're being made to jump through hoops where,
The stuff that would never come to council, it's
Well,
on,
yeah.
it's on the planning end of it, planning board, not planning board, but
it doesn't come to
Inspect-
council, but it impacts
gotcha.
our
follow.
tax, well, our revenue.
I think if there are specific examples of that, it would be helpful for us to know what they were so we can kind of backtrack the process and look and identify the circumstances that may have led to that.
And that's the reason I'm asking,
This
either
Council is very pro-business. 'cause
investigate, yeah, because I've always thought we were pro-business, and then to hear a business said,
Yeah, I haven't really heard anything other than, I mean, there are certain state requirements that we have to fall under because of our size and because of our location, that anyone that does any kind of development where they're doing any moving of dirt, I mean, there are gonna be requirements that's beyond us. I mean, it'd be, yeah, like Megan was saying, if we had specifics, it definitely helps out, but our general turnaround time is quick. Like, we're probably the quickest in the area as far as, application coming in and someone being able to have, the clearance to go
Yeah.
and do what they need to do.
I think what I've heard is it's existing businesses here in Graham who have experienced difficulty getting their plans through.
Well, I know about, County Ford, but you said y'all worked out a solution to that, right?
Talked to Ryan today, and
Yeah.
he's supposed to be providing some information here.
I
He
guess
said
we
pretty soon.
want to make sure that, planning is like the first, the first interaction that developers have in that area. If we have somebody come into our planning department and wants to build a hotel, or they want to expand on their business or whatever, I think council members do want to know about those things. And if there's some sort of impediment to that happening, we would like to know what that is, because we don't want to find out, oh, well, they went somewhere else because, like, like the thing with Buc-ee's with Mebane, there were people on the, that necessarily were fighting that particular development to come in, but the council clearly didn't feel, the majority of the council clearly didn't feel like that was something that they didn't want. They wanted Buc-ee's to come. And I just don't want, I mean, I'm just piggybacking off what Bobby says, but I want us to be aware if there's someone wanting to do some big development here and there's some impediment to that. And it may be that someone in planning is just following what the rules are, but we make the rules. And so if there's something, because we haven't done a full development rewrite or something, that we need to consider in order to get somebody that's like a big development, like what you'd, I guess, have like on an economic development committee or whatever, we'd like to be able to know that. Because we can change
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I would
change
say
the
have that.
rules
I just
if
don't know.
that's not if that's not, if that's an impediment to getting some big business.
I don't know of any specifics. I mean, there have been instances where requirements have been put out there that someone needs to meet. But if that's in our development ordinance, we're following our ordinance. And if that's something that council wishes to change, then obviously that would be something that we would change. I mean, we do it, frequently. It's not like we're stuck on the wording, but no one has come forward. It's like might be upset about having to put a sidewalk in, but no one wants to put the text amendment forward to have that changed. And staff, we're told not to bring forward unless it's a state required change, anything that would do something like that. So we're
But that's a perfect example where we want somebody to say to us, hey, this is actually gonna kill this deal. Do you guys care that much about a sidewalk that goes to nowhere? Or do you care about getting this building, redone or refurbished? They're putting $1 million into the refurbishment of, I think they did that down here on, Main Street with, the tire place that was there in that strip center.
but that's what's happening now. I guess I'm saying that's what we're doing. It's
Yeah,
actually-
no, that's a
yeah.
good example though.
Yeah, but that's actually what we're doing. We're actually bringing forward here in the next couple months, language that would address that situation. So, a lot of times it's not until someone is upset with some requirement that we then have to respond. So,
Yeah.
Well, I just don't want to, our planning department to be caught up in adhering to all the, here's what's required. But sometimes you need to apply a little common sense that, does it really matter if this requirement, can it be waived because where it is? I don't want us to be so
I did get what Bobby's saying.
lockstep.
We
that-
have to apply the ordinance, as it's written, but still, what was the intent of the ordinance? The overlay district was so that as properties develop, that we require sidewalks. I don't think there was I was in that meeting because I was part of the overlay district. This is something I championed. And I never had the intention of making people put sidewalks to somewhere that didn't, that tire center is a perfect example, because yes, does it need a sidewalk in the front on Main Street? 100%. It needs a sidewalk there. But why would it need a sidewalk going into a residential neighborhood that is already developed, that is gonna go to nowhere? No resident, the entire next 100 residents are not gonna put sidewalk in front of their house. They're not gonna do it. So making that guy put in a sidewalk there that goes to nowhere and will never go to nowhere makes no sense. And that's, I think, I get, like, we sometimes as legislators will say, we want an overlay district, and it's to protect the future development of a particular area, especially coming off the corridors of I-40 and 85. And sometimes when you write that, it's not necessarily applied in practice the way it was intended. And I guess, I don't want to lose big projects because of the it's not really misinterpretation, but it's like the misapplication of how that ordinance was originally intended. So if you've got changes, like, we want to, okay. That's a perfect example. Love it. And we just don't want people on the front line to be just flat out telling a developer, no, you can't do that. We want to be able to work with developers to figure out a solution, especially if it's it's a situation that, you know, we've been actively trying to get people to, bring jobs and, bring, yeah, okay.
Be real careful with the ordinance.
Yeah.
Because just like with the neighborhood, if you allow them to park on one side of the road and on 25-foot road, you're gonna have to allow it to everybody, and you already have so many problems. I mean, you can't make an exceptions for one without, you know, I mean, it's just a tricky, real tight line you gotta walk.
Aaron, can you look at, advertisement for, what we talked about, for the Arts Around the Square? I don't know if they applied for the funding from, they have a grant that's through the Visitors Bureau.
Yeah, I can jump in here. Rec did apply for that and
Great.
they were unsuccessful. The CVB essentially said they were revamping their program and didn't fund our request. They didn't fund Burlington's request for the Carousel Festival. And there may have been another example, but they made a statement to the effect of they weren't funding those. And there has been some discussion, I think, on the CVB side as to whether they're going to even offer that for municipalities who now have the occupancy tax that they didn't have before. So they did apply. They were unsuccessful because CVB is in the process of revamping their legislation for it.
Okay. So can we use the funds from that for, advertising?
Most likely, I will say they have advertising funds built into their budget. I think it was 50,000 that was put in there for Arts Around the Square, and there was a portion of that that was dedicated to advertisement. That's correct.
Okay. All right, because Aaron asked about the billboard out here, I'd be willing to give that up, for a period of time, if you guys wanted it.
I think Brandy emailed you this afternoon.
Oh, really?
Actually mentioned that billboard in her email to you.
Okay,
So it was later this afternoon, but I know she reached out, after you and I had talked about the other signage.
okay, all right, great. And, let's see, I wanted to talk about, public art. That's the last thing on my list was public art. What is, I'm sorry, I got one last thing. Are we, we had talked about it in the past, and I thought it was in a prior budget, but I don't know that we've ever done any.
If you're referring to funding earmarked specifically for public art, I don't recall that happening since I've been here.
Okay,
So it may have been before that.
yeah, it was, I have to go back and look to see where it is, but I know that it was somewhere. I remember reading it and thought, well, we don't ever do this, but we supposedly are supposed to be doing this. So I guess what is the council's feeling about looking at doing something, some sort of public art for Graham?
Not in favor of it till we be able to fund all our departments the way we need to.
Well, I'm not,
Out of the, taxpayers' pocket.
well, we have, what are we not funding?
Like, where you put the list?
I didn't mean to,
No.
throw it-
Ryan's
I
there
didn't,
fake
I didn't mean to
color.
throw her under the bus.
Aaron, why are you not, Megan, what are you not funding? I thought everybody got what they wanted.
Absolutely not. And the resurfacing is a quick example that comes to mind. Street resurfacing.
Water pipes and.
Yeah, that's
North
just
side
one example that was mentioned here tonight. You know, I agree with the 31-foot roads, but we also have to be committed to funding to repave those at an appropriate rate. And obviously, it costs more to repave a 31-foot road than it does a 25 or 27. So just one example.
Mm-hmm. How many roads have we repaved this year?
Not many.
What brought up this funding public arts when we set aside funds for Arts Around the Square?
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I'm
about,
just
like,
asking.
statues around town or like what they have around the Arts Council. What do you mean by public art?
So in the past, we've gotten people to, either sponsor a public art or, and I'm trying to think of where I read it. I'm trying to think, I've read so much recently. Was it in the comprehensive plan? I just remember reading, I remember thinking to myself when I read it, oh, we're supposed to be doing that? We don't have it in the budget and we're not doing it. So I was just wondering, like, was just wanting to know what the pulse of the council is.
If it's free, I'm all for it.
Yeah, and we encourage local businesses if they want to do some sort
Doesn't
of
cost
nice
us anything.
artwork to do it.
Yeah.
And even the downtown grant programs can be used for that, for, murals. You know, obviously, we've had some who've done that.
So, what about our feeling about banners? Downtown banners, replacing the downtown banners that are pretty tore up. It's time to replace them.
Talking about the ones we
Can we
change out.
discuss that
Yeah.
right now?
I mean, can we discuss that at the next city council meeting?
Yeah, it's,
Sure.
it's the city council's agenda, so if that's something that you want us to come forward with some,
And the last-
Then
estimate.
we'd have to budget for, so.
It's a replacement, hopefully not all the hardware or anything, but it just be the flag part would need to be replaced. The last thing is I got a question today on the radio about the cemetery point. I guess where our graveyard ends, right there at that point where Cooper Road and Gilbert Street end, there's like a little point area that if you cross the road goes with the Cooper, Cooper Ayers property. Is that, like, somebody was complaining that it's so grown up and nobody's doing anything about it? Like, is there
They do
something?
all over it.
Yeah,
That would be state TOT, would
no, it's in our jurisdiction.
But
No, I think it's part of somebody's private property that's not
They
maintained.
need to be notified, take care of it.
Okay, thank you. That was it. And so we're going to need a motion.
Madam Mayor, sorry to interrupt right quick.
Uh-huh.
Before you guys go into closed session, because I'm not sticking around, just wanted to announce to the council that April 14th, next Monday, is the first community input session for the Graham Regional Park Master Plan. So it's 10 to 2 next Monday, April 14th. 10 to 12, sorry, 10 to, that's why Emma's here. 10 to 12, we're not sticking around that long. Yeah,
10 to 2.
10 to 2,
So,
10 to
10 to
12.
12.
and the council does have that as a calendar invite that was sent maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, just wanted to make it in a public
That's
setting.
the rec master plan.
Graham Recreation, sorry, Graham Regional Park
Master.
Master Plan. The
Y'all having
the
cakes and-
first
I'm-
community.
They're
input
having
session.
cookies and donuts?
Under the table for you if you come.
Maybe.
Okay.
Don't come with high expectations, though. Yeah, maybe some popsicles. Thank you.
Okay. The city council will need to hold a closed session pursuant to General Statutes 143-318.11A6. Need a motion to go into closed session.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion to go in closed session.
Here, a second.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Daniel, for coming.
Griffin. Dude, as soon as they approved that neighborhood. towards the end of his term. And as soon as he was up for reelection, he put his house up and moved. He knew there was gonna be 175 homes down below.
Stuff's working. Oh, there it goes. Oh, hello. Are we back on? Were we on just a minute ago?
We need to go on. I'm getting punchy.
But do YouTube on? Okay. Excuse me. Do I need to do the motion to bring us back in again? Do I hear a motion to bring us back into, from closed session?
Madam Mayor, I make a motion that we come back in from closed
Do I
session.
hear a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Back in back in open session. The city council went into closed session pursuant to GS 143.318.11A6 to discuss the city manager's review. And there's not anything on here, but we just say her salary, right? Her new salary? Yes, I know that, but right? Okay, it just didn't say that on here, so I just wanted, I didn't want to say something I wasn't supposed to say. Yeah, that's okay. I mean, this didn't match what I thought I needed to do, so that's why I wanted to make sure. Okay, so we discussed and did a review. We met with Megan and also discussed things that we would like to see her work on going forward in the new upcoming fiscal year. And we've agreed to increase her salary to $200,000 for the effective the next pay period. Do I hear a motion to accept that salary?
Madam Mayor, I make a motion that we accept the salary of $220,000 for the city manager.
Did you just say 220?
I'm sorry. 200,000, excuse me. No, I told you I'm getting punchy. I'm really tired.
Second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Megan,
Lord, I'm just,
she's
Madam
giving
Mayor,
a push.
I made her really happy with that.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion we adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.